Nyandita utarala jogomo nyandita utarala jogomo ai nyandita utarala jogomo nyandita utarala jogomo
Fire, up in the young, fire, fire, Palestine, Israel, Gaza, Ghana, Arman disaster, Malta.
Um, Good morning, everyone. Can I please ask you to be seated? We'll be starting in the next couple of minutes. Great. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming to the day 2 of the Sudan Conflict Conference organized by IFPRI and CGIAR. I'm seeing some very few new faces. Most of you were also here yesterday. My name is Hala Abu Shama, and I'm a research analyst with the Sudan Strategy Support Program at IFPRI. So I think most of us have seen yesterday the wide range and display of research work and research output that was produced over the past year by IFPRI and other partners and researchers interested in working on Sudan. And I think we hosted a very similar conference same time last year. And at the time, I think everyone was still trying to wrap their heads around the shock that happened in Sudan, and also how to cope with it, how to redirect our research, for instance, for us at IFPRI, but also all of yours interventions, be it developmental or humanitarian. And I think from yesterday's presentations and discussions, it seemed a bit more evident that we're really making peace with the reality that we're grappling with and trying to figure out what we could do given the situation to our best capacity. So I think today is another opportunity for us to brainstorm together, think more broadly about the real opportunities whilst considering the challenges that persist in Sudan. With that, I would like to invite my colleagues, Khalid Siddiq, who is the Senior Research Fellow and Country Program Leader at IFPRI, and Oliver Kirui, who's a Research Fellow as well at IFPRI Sudan, for some opening remarks and a recap of yesterday's presentations. Khalid.
Thank you, Hala. Thank you very much, Hala. Good morning, everybody, colleagues and friends joining us here today, and like also to extend the good morning, good afternoon, and good evenings greeting to our participants from other places in the world. Thank you all who joined us yesterday, and welcome to those who are joining us today. Good news is that for those of you who joined today, my colleague Oliver would provide a comprehensive takeaways from the day yesterday. And maybe before Oliver can come, I would like to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about yesterday, not in a technical way, but also talk about the book IFPRI is publishing on the Sudan conflict. Yesterday was a pretty technical day, maybe for many of us, because we had 4 research sessions. Each session has 3 presentations. So we have 12 research presentations in one day. Of course, in addition to the discussions we had, it was very interactive, I would say, but we're still hoping for the day today to be more interactive than yesterday. But what I would like to highlight is that most of the presentations presented here yesterday are chapters in the book IFPRI is with experts from other institutions and places in the world is writing, and the book will be published online before the end of the year, and we're planning a print launch of the book towards the end of the first quarter of 2026. And for that, I would also like to walk with you through the book chapters and highlight how many of them were presented yesterday. And I should also thank our partners from CGIAR Science Program, the Policy Innovation. We have Clemens here, the lead of the program, and the Future Food Frontiers, who are co-sponsoring the book and this event. So the book is titled War and Resilience, the Multifaceted Impacts of Sudan's Conflict and Pathways for Recovery. So the book is 4 sections and 16 chapters. The first section is on the origins and dynamics of the conflict. And I think many of you who attended yesterday will be familiar with the presentation from Dr. Suleiman Baldu, who's also with us today. So he is the writer of the second chapter. And then we have a chapter on drivers of conflict and the political economy of the agri-food system in Sudan, a chapter led by Daniel Resnick, was presented yesterday by Hala Abu Shama. So the first, the second, and the third presentations, chapters were presented yesterday. The second section includes 7 chapters. It is on economic, social, and humanitarian impact. 6 out of the 7 were presented yesterday. We have a chapter on the markets and trade presented by Boldrosh, chapter on conflict-induced trade dynamics presented by Locus from EDOS and with co-authors from universities in Ghana. A chapter on economy-wide impact and recovery options presented by Zuhal Al-Noor, who's with us here. A chapter on food security before and during the conflict presented by Oliver Kirui. And a chapter on food consumption patterns presented by Frederick from the World Food Programme. And a chapter on human capital at risk presented by Professor Ibadallah from the University of Qatar, who is also with us in the room today. The third section is on resilience and recovery strategies. 3 of the 4 chapters of the section were presented yesterday. The first chapter is on coping mechanisms, led by Oliver from IFPRI. A chapter on humanitarian assistance modalities, led by Kibro Mabai, who is here and presented yesterday by him. Chapter on drivers of vulnerability in Sudan, led by Yusuf Shitani from UNESCOA. They presented it yesterday, the two co-authors. And a chapter on mapping survivals by Raja Makawi and Muzan Anil, who also presented it yesterday. The final section is, in addition to summary conclusions and policy recommendations by the editors, there is a chapter on political economy of resilience and economic recovery by Ibrahim Al-Badawi, the former director of the Economic Research Forum and the former Minister of Finance and Economic Planning in Sudan. So we hope that this chapter would be a significant addition to the information about the war and how we can navigate the situation during now the conflict and hopefully soon during the recovery and reconstruction period. This day is going to be more of a dialogue day, we hope. We have 3 dialogue panels, including experts operating and associated with work in Sudan. The first one will be the implementing agencies. The second one, the donors, and the third one, mostly private sector and other institutions. We're very glad to have all of the speakers with us here today. In the first presentation on implementation, we organized it in a way that the Food Security Cluster and Livelihood in Sudan Representative Joseph Shaloup will start by giving a brief presentation about the situation of the humanitarian work in Sudan. And the last one on the private sector would also be started by a brief presentation by Ammar Ibrahim, who is leading a team conducting a study for IFPRI right now on the state of destruction of the agri-food industry in the greater Khartoum state. He will provide preliminary findings as just setting the stage for the panel. So I don't want to take much of your time. I encourage the moderators again to make sure that we have a lot of dialogue and debate questions from the audience. I would like to hand over to my colleague Oliver, who would give you an overview, a summary, takeaways from yesterday.
Thank you, Khalid. Good morning, everyone. I'm waiting on my slides to load. Yeah. It's good to have you today, and it was really good also to have you yesterday, and thank you for all the conversations and the communications that we exchanged. So I want to present just a little bit of a summary of the takeaways from the technical research and the evidence-based discussions that we had yesterday. My apologies to the presenters who did a good job yesterday. I'm just going to summarize what you said, perhaps in just a line or two. It's not going to be a very long presentation again. So one slide covering everything else that you said in a session. So forgive my my summary in advance. So just to give a little bit of an overview, is that yesterday we began our session with a very sobering reality of what is happening or the scale of the conflict in Sudan. It is not just a humanitarian issue, but it is also an institutional challenge because there is a collapse of infrastructure, collapse of institutions and many things. So, and as we walked towards the end of the day, you could tell the mood in the room was very clear that Sudan's situation is really a dire situation, one of the biggest catastrophes in the world as we speak today. So the conflict is both humanitarian but also structural in nature. We provided evidence yesterday based on insights into Sudan conflict, food insecurity, economic and market disruptions, and also emerging. The good part of it was that we started talking a little bit on the emerging recovery strategies. The presentation highlighted the structural roots of the war. We began with that. And then went a little bit into the military influence in food systems, in macroeconomic collapse, and also ended up with innovative humanitarian responses that are going on. And that will continue today as we discuss with the humanitarian, with the implementing partners and the donors. So the emphasis was placed on resilience, also on grassroots coping, and then the need to coordinate recovery interventions. So we had 4 sessions. I'm not going to go into big details. The first session was understanding the origins and dynamics of Sudan's conflict. The second session in the morning was looking at food security, livelihoods, and human capital in crisis. And then the third session in the afternoon, 2 sessions in the afternoon. The third one was the economic disruptions, looking at markets and also looking at trade in wartime Sudan. And the last session in the afternoon was looking at resilience and recovery strategies in the middle of an active conflict. So in session 1, I'll just try to summarize the key messages of those presentations or the messages from those papers. Suleiman Baldo traced the structural roots of the war, highlighting how failure to manage Sudan's ethnic, cultural, and economic diversity has fueled successful cycles of conflict. So this is not the first conflict, but is another conflict after several others. He also underscored the evolution of the war economy, the growing political rivalry between SAF and RSF, and the emergence of economic partition and the parallel financial systems and governance zones. The second presentation was from Hala. Hala provided a deep dive into how military and paramilitary actors have embedded themselves in Sudan agri-food systems, extracting rents from value chain actors and distorting the market dynamics. So the study also revealed pattern of state capture in key agricultural sectors. What we saw was different strategies. There was the capture, there was the competition or competing, and then others in seeding the ground or working together to innovate, and with implications, of course, on food security and what would happen in post-war recovery. Farouk joined us online and he presented on the recent fiscal and monetary developments, highlighting how the conflicts has devastated the economy of Sudan. He showcased that the projected GDP contraction of over 20%, there was a triple-digit inflation. Mark that. There was a contraction of GDP by more than 20%, but there was also a triple-digit inflation, which emphasized the need for macroeconomic stabilization, digital transformation, and inclusive post-war reconstruction strategies with focus on peace, on governance, and also revitalizing the private sector. So what are the key policy messages that we could get from the 3 presentations that form session 1? there is need to break the economic military entanglement, so demilitarizing the economic sectors. And then there is also need to address the root causes of the conflict and prevent economic fragmentation. There is need to rebuild inclusive financial infrastructure. So this is just a snapshot of what those presentations, all the three presentations, will tell us in the end. I'll move to session 2. In session 2, I began the session by providing a comparative analysis of pre and post-conflict, during the conflict data, showing how food security has fallen sharply in both rural and in urban areas, with female-led households and also large households with large dependents disproportionately being affected. The recent conflict is a significant correlate of food insecurity. We've seen some emergence of what remittances and migration can do in providing a little bit of relief, even though it's too short of what is needed. In the second presentation that Frederick from WFP joined us online, he shared findings on food consumption patterns, dietary diversity, and coping mechanism, illustrating how consumption patterns have been deteriorated amidst the disruptions and market disruptions and also losses in livelihoods. The third presentation was looked by Ibadala, who is in the room here. He highlighted and spotlighted the collapse of the health and education system. And he gave us a serious warning that we may lose a generation if urgent investments in human capital are not made at this moment. What are the takeaways from this session 2? There is need to target humanitarian aid to vulnerable groups. There is need to invest in human capital preservation. And there is need to integrate food aid with human capital investment so that we can avoid what we just said, a lost generation. And then there is need to protect and rebuild the basic services, just education, water systems, and urban reconstruction. In the afternoon, we started discussing on the economic disruption and markets and also trade. So Lucas began by demonstrating how regional agricultural trade flows have been disrupted. There is also disruption on cross-border commerce. There's a lot of constraint in that end as well. Later on, Paul, the second presentation, he presented evidence of, in different simulations, evidence of highly unstable food prices, which is driven by blocked supply routes. We saw the West versus the East dimensions. And he also showcased how inflation has changed and then the speculative behavior, especially in conflict-affected areas. In the third presentation, Zuhal presented the simulation results on the economy-wide impact of the conflict using the CGE frameworks, showing how deep the GDP has contracted, incomes have been lost, and also the increase in poverty and undernourishment. If I was to summarize this session, the third session, I would say that the key insight was that there is need to restore trade corridors and food market functionality. And there's a little bit of choices of what we need to do. We need to do a blend of responses, as we saw. There is need to think about agricultural productivity, but there is also need to think about trade facilitation. And there is also an aspect of doing social protection that will be helpful in cushioning against the shock and accelerating recovery. In the last session in the afternoon, we had three presentations. Yosef and Hong emphasized the importance. So this was on, this is not market trades and economic. I need to rename that. This was basically trying to talk a little bit about recovery strategies. So they emphasized the importance of understanding the drivers of vulnerability, but also integrating humanitarian and development responses in the process. They showcase how there is a structural inequality and conflict exposure, which has heightened the risk in Sudan. Raja and Muzan later on highlighted the grassroots coping mechanisms and informal income strategies that have been done by local communities. They showcased how households are diversifying income sources and relying on informal safety nets at this very critical moment. The last presentation by Kiprom offered some clinker of hope. What we saw, he presented the experimental evidence on the feasibility of digital cash transfers in active conflict zones. He offered the hope of offering scalable solution. So digital transfers, a promising result from what IFPRI RCTs have done on mobile money in conflict zones could be one way of dealing with constraints in reaching beneficiaries. To summarize that last session, the policy forecast would be looking into scalable or scaling innovative conflict adaptable strategies. The example, the digital cash transfer I mentioned, and to enhance resilience. There is also need to preach humanitarian and development responses to ensure continuity and sustainability. I guess this is what we're going to discuss a little bit more today. And there is need to recognize from the presentation from Muzan and Raja, and Muzan, there's need to recognize and support civilian-led coping mechanisms and survival strategies. So today we move into what Kalita said. I'm not going to repeat. After this kind of small opening remarks, what we expect is to have one session, 2 sessions this morning. One will be looking at what implementation partners and local programming how they are responding to this conflict. And then the second one, with very able panelists as well, will be looking at the donor perspective in terms of international and local program response. The last session in the afternoon will be looking a little bit into Sudan-led and regional solutions and learning from other conflicts, which would close our day. Very finally, later in the day, we will have the closing remark and a little bit of a roadmap on where we are heading from here. So up next then would be our next session, and I want to invite Habab Taifu. Is it Hala, you're going to do this? Okay, so we are going to start then up next would be session number 5, which will be our first session this morning on international and local programmatic responses, the implementation partner perspective. To lead us and to help guide the discussion would be Habab Taifu, a senior water resources management specialist at the World Bank. And the floor is yours, Habab.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be with you all today. My name is Habab Taifu. I'm a senior water specialist at the bank. I'm also co-leading a program, Sudan Enhancing Community Resilience Project, previously known as Samud, but I think we're going to have to really rebrand given the new political coalition's name. But I've been engaged very much in this conversation of how do we stay engaged, how do we support Sudan, how do we really work on development angle in the context of the humanitarian crisis that the country is facing. So I'm very pleased to be here today and to manage this conversation with colleagues and practitioners in this challenge. So without further ado, I'll invite my colleagues to the stage. I don't know if there's a specific seating arrangement, but first of all, we have Mr. Adam Yao. Mr. Adam Yao is the Deputy Country Representative of FAO. So thank you very much. Please welcome to the stage. We also have Mr. Fung Nguyen, who is the UNICEF Sudan Nairobi Liaison Officer. Thank you so much, Ms. Fung. We have Ms. Catherine Denny, who is Mercy Corps' on behalf of Mercy Corps' country director, but partnerships and new specialist. Oh, yeah, thank you so much. We then have Ms. Nigist Ababe. She was here. I did see her previously. Maybe she stepped out of the room for a bit. And then we have Mr. Arvind Kumar, who's the head of recovery and resilience with UNDP Sudan. So, and yes, and then on the line, before we kind of get this conversation started, we have Mr. Joseph Chahboub, who's the Food Security and Livelihoods Cluster Manager, and he will be providing a presentation to kick us off and really kind of get the conversation started. So I know we're missing Ms. Nigist, but perhaps with that, we give the floor or the presentation to Mr. Joseph, and we take it from there.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you confirm you can hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
It seems there is a delay. And can you confirm there's someone managing the presentation from your side, or you prefer I share mine?
Yes, it'll be managed here. Just let us know when you want to move to the next slide.
Amazing. There are some animations. So yes, for the person managing the presentation, if you feel the slide is missing words, it's because there are animations inside the slide. Thank you very much, colleagues at The one before it, please. It's now it's 2 slides ahead. 3 slides ahead. We need to go back. Hello. Yes, stay here, please. Thank you very much. So my name is Joseph Shalhoub. I am the Food Security and Livelihoods Cluster Co-Coordinator for Sudan. And I want to thank colleagues at IFPRI for allowing me to actually kickstart the day with the first presentation. I know yesterday was heavy with technical elements, especially on food security, and I know colleagues who are already part of the panel will also cover a lot of the technical elements. So I promise my presentation will be simple and hopefully motivational for all of us to be working together. There is a very famous quote that says, if you want to walk fast, walk alone, but if you want to walk far, work together. And I like to believe this should be the quote all of us actually hold dear when we are trying to work in Sudan, because Sudan is a big monster, the needs, the response, the challenges, and big, difficult monsters require us to cooperate and work as a team. Next slide, please. If we can summarize in 2 words or 2 sentences, the scale of the food insecurity in Sudan and the response of the cluster, it would be, and here I need the animation, please, life-saving action amidst unprecedented needs. Yes, you can go ahead. And as everyone knows, the people in famine in Sudan as a sum, as a total, are greater than the sum of people in famine across all other countries in the globe. Sudan by itself has millions of people in IPC 3, IPC 4, IPC 5, and having 25 million people in IPC 3 plus is not an easy number for all of us to respond to. Also, not to go into details about the IPC reports and findings. I know others have already well covered it well, but we have between 25 and 27 localities in Sudan who are in great and severe food insecurity, IPC 4 and 5 famine and the risk of famine. And it's driven by conflict, naturally, displacement, economic collapse, agricultural disruption. Colleagues at FAO can say more about it, climate shocks, and other challenges. We also see high rates of malnutrition among children. Yes, next slide, please. For those of you who do not yet know what the Food Security and Livelihoods Cluster is, it's a coordination body that reports to the Common Coordination Structure, as well as the cluster lead agencies, including FAO and WFP. It is mandated to coordinate the food security and livelihood aspect of the humanitarian, so not recovery and development, humanitarian response in Sudan. And our job is to actually save lives by providing food, but also protect and maintain livelihoods. Next slide, please. What is our goal? And here I need the animation. We identified 25 million people requiring FSL assistance, of course, through the IPC assessment. Our target for this year is 16.5 million. The target by itself is not an easy one, as you can imagine. And our strategic objectives are to provide life-saving emergency food, deliver emergency and life-saving agriculture and other livelihood support, and also prioritize populations in IPC 3.5. The funding needed for 2025 was $1.5 billion with a red asterisk. Why the red asterisk? Because we continuously need to because we continuously need to reprioritize. And a philosophical question for all of us is how do we prioritize and reprioritize and target when most of the people we see are in severe food insecurity and potentially famine. What does the cluster do? Thank you very much. We have more than 80 partners. These partners are from local actors, international NGOs, UN agencies, and others. We also work very well with the governments, and we cover all 18 states of Sudan, regardless of control or conflict. We are trying to be as neutral and independent as possible. In terms of activities we cover, it is the food assistance element, in-kind, cash, and voucher, but also the livelihoods element, the emergency livelihood support. We're talking agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and other livelihoods. So if you are a UN agency, an NGO, that does any of these activities, please make sure it is well coordinated with the FSL cluster. Next slide, please. And how do we coordinate it? We have national coordination system, but also we have sub-national coordinators in each one of the 18 states. So any member actually benefits from national level coordination, but also direct engagement at state level. Sudan is very, very big in terms of size, and it's not enough to only coordinate at national level, as you can imagine. We also either lead on or facilitate key assessments, including needs assessment, gap identification, service mapping for FSL actors, and the most famous one is the IPC, which we also coordinated and facilitated. We continuously advocate with donors, with authorities, with government, the international community. We develop and influence strategies, but also, and most importantly, because famine is not only a food issue. Famine is a health issue, a nutrition issue, a wash issue, a protection issue. So we definitely coordinate and should be coordinating better with other clusters and sectors. And hopefully in 2025, we will be developing frameworks across sectors to be combating famine in Sudan. And as you can imagine, none of this is easy. Challenges, given Sudan is one of the world's toughest environments. You have the humanitarian access challenge, which all of you know very, very well, the conflict, the fighting, but also the direct attacks on aid workers. Last week in Darfur, we saw an unfortunate and sad case of it. Bureaucratic challenges as well, getting permissions, delays in access permissions, approvals, visas, travel, cross-border, cross-line, whatever you need, but also critical funding shortfalls. USAID is one of them, but even before the USAID cuts, the HNRP fund appeal for the food security was not even 30% funded for 2025. At the moment, it is 10% funded. So imagine you have 25 million people in need of food assistance. We are targeting 16, but our money is only enough for 10% of them. And also logistical and infrastructure issues. We are approaching the flood season, I want to call it, in some parts of the country, hindering access and hindering our ability to actually assist with critical food and agriculture supplies. Next slide, please. Considering the scale of the need, considering the challenges, considering everything else, we continue to make a difference, and we continue to strive to make this difference bigger every year. Last year, we reached 13 million individuals across as many localities as possible in Sudan, across all 18 states, and with more than, as I mentioned before, 80 partners. The famine areas, although underserved, we know our partners tried their best to reach them whenever it is safe and whenever it is accessible. And we continue to scale up In the first 4 months of 2025, we saw some of our partners able to double their assistance and reach every month. We also see promising hope that we can access the famine areas better this year. Next slide, please. I hope I'm within my 10-minute limit. So way forward, nothing is useful if we do not reach ceasefire, peace, and a stop to the conflict, of course. Food baskets and seeds and anything else does not come free. Even coordination is not free in this response. So we definitely need funds, and we need local level negotiation, access, and context-specific responses. Monitoring systems, of course, and localization, which I'm happy my colleagues at IFPRI mentioned before. Local actors should be at the forefront, not just as implementing partners, but as leaders. So as a closing note from my side, we need to walk together, as I said at the start of the presentation. I hope and I urge you to reach out to us as a cluster, even if you are not a humanitarian actor, but you are interested in food security and livelihoods. If we do not have the answer, we can guide you to people who have the answer because of our network and because of our coordination capacity. And please, we urge all of you to continue work together at national and subnational level. Thank you very much. Let me know if anyone has any feedback, and I hope this was a good entry point toward the technical elements that my colleagues will be going through now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. I think you set the stage quite well for today's conversations and discussions. And just for logistics purposes, I'll start with you, Arvind, so I can pass on the mic. You know, it's certainly a very bleak picture in the context of where we are, the number of people affected, and the needs in terms of what we need to do as actors. In that, and in your role as in UNDP, how is UNDP addressing elements of the current programming? And has there been any conversations on early recovering aspects, or are you still in the kind of trying to address the more humanitarian fronts? And then how is that being done in the context of state collapse and institutional fragility?
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizer for giving this opportunity. I just want to talk like a few seconds about the overall landscape of Sudan, the way we look at it. Obviously, this is, as we have just seen the presentation, it's a food crisis, but it's also one of the biggest displacement crises. So that's one thing. Second, when you look at the employment and livelihood, when we work closely with IFPRI, we also looked at it that nearly 1 in 5 urban households and 15% of rural households reporting no income, basically. And if you look at further gender aspects, women income has further, down to 69%. So this is employment. Look at energy. 40% of lack of access to energy before the conflict, and now it has gone up to 89%. Look at water. 30% of small-scale farmers are reporting a biggest challenge on irrigation, having access to water. Now, on public health, we all know about it. Private sector, the economy has contracted, as we have seen the Oliver's presentation, around 20%. And look at the MSMEs aspect. So when you look at all of that, it tells you that it's not just humanitarian, but it's a socio-economic crisis that is unfolding gradually in Sudan, and perhaps we have seen elsewhere in the world too. Now, in terms of area, when you look at it, there are some areas which are accessible, stable, but there are areas which are just reopened. I mean, we just came to know about Khartoum, and there are areas we saw in the presentation saying that there is still target aid workers are being targeted. In this scenario, how do you work actually? So not only through the humanitarian aid, but also complement the excellent work that humanitarian partners are doing on the ground. The way UNDP is addressing. And of course, we are not calling it as a full-scale recovery because we are still in the form of, the situation. So we are looking at the area-based because Sudan has 18 states and different states have a different, opportunities and challenges. we're looking at community resilience. I think this is one of the key that even if you think about recovery, it doesn't start in a continuum, actually. It has to start the day we work. And then localization, some of my colleagues have talked about it, like how do we work with partners and grow that civil society networks. Obviously, there are challenges around it. So this is how UNDP is looking at one of the things that we must not also forget that, in the lack of absence of a formal governance, the informal governance of the community setup, which is community management committee, etc., are still functioning. So I think we tap onto those opportunities to work and can build a foundation for recovery while working closely with our humanitarian partners. Last but not least from my side is that the whole aspects of peace, social cohesion, they are also center of it, whether it is humanitarian aid or it is early recovery initiatives. We cannot ignore to that. So this is how UNDP is moving gradually towards early recovery side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Maybe just switching a bit to, again, going back to Joe's presentation, the conversation about the number of people is daunting and overwhelming. So over to you, Nigist, in terms of WFP's programming, what innovations or adaptive strategies have WFP introduced to maintain delivery in conflict-affected and inaccessible areas?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me at this very interesting and timely workshop, as usual, by IFPRI and CGIAR. So WFP has tried the traditional methods in areas that are accessible. However, as mentioned by many so far yesterday and today, many of especially the most food insecure parts of Sudan are no longer accessible for WFP. Some of it is actually physically not being able to go there, but also being able to access population. Is there some? It's okay? Okay. So WFP has tried to access the most severely food insecure parts of the country, especially through cash-based and voucher-based transfers. One of the mechanisms, especially, for example, in a location in Zamzam, the security context in Zamzam has been continuously, since the war started 2 years ago, has been continuously inaccessible. And physically providing food has not been possible. In this context, what we've tried to do is an approach called business to business. So this is a mechanism by which large-scale traders work with small-scale retailers in Zamzam, in and around Zamzam, to import commodities in an area that's not accessible for the UN and for WFP. So people that require assistance, especially in Zamzam, Abu Shuk and As-Salam camps, to come to the shops and claim the voucher. This is a very expensive activity, but it has worked very well, at least to access a camp that has been inaccessible for a very long time. Another interesting approach that we used was in Khartoum and Al Jazeera, especially Madani. This was a self-registration of populations. We couldn't reach them again because of the ongoing conflict. And in those areas, what we did was asked people to register themselves and their bank accounts. And when they do the registration, because of the IT system in that area, we were able to know that they are in fact based in the most food insecure parts of Khartoum city, Khartoum state, Khartoum locality, parts of Khartoum locality, and also Madani Al-Kubra in Jazeera. Based on that, we were able to transfer funds for those people who registered. It's not the ideal way of reaching the most food insecure. However, in areas facing famine and the risk of famine, it seems to be the only available option at that time. So we try to do different things like this. These are some of the examples. We also have other examples from the resilience side, like local procurement, continuing to work on the resilience programs to support the emergency program, to integrate it more than what we used to do in the past, is another way of trying to be innovative, especially in the inaccessible parts of the country, while we continue to provide the traditional in-kind transfer, CBT transfer in areas where we could access. Thanks.
Thank you, Nigistan. That's good to know, like as you are trying to employ strategies in terms of areas of inaccessibility, particularly. On the topic of food security, I'm going to jump to you, Adam. In the context of where consumers are having at least some aspect of resources at hand to purchase, what is the picture on the other side? How has FAO adapted its agriculture and livelihoods programs to meet the urgent needs of farmers in conflict-affected areas of Sudan? Are they able to produce? Are they able to take the things to market? And what have you seen in terms of changes between last year and now early this year?
So thank you very much. I think first of all, I would like to thank IFPRI for inviting us to share our experience in this conference. It's really very important. And secondly, I will also, as colleagues have mentioned, Sudan is a very big country. And it's really not easy to operate in Sudan. But as implementing organization sitting in Sudan, you know that it is the first time that I think a crisis has hit Khartoum, which is the capital, or because Sudan has faced many crises. I think the difference between this crisis and other crises is just the capital city was hit. And us as an organization, we face a lot of difficulties to adjust ourselves before even helping people who want to help. We really need to emphasize that. We have to move from Khartoum to Port Sudan, set up, adjust ourselves before we can help the Sudanese who need our support. That is really first lesson learned, I would say. And the second was that to quickly review the Sudanese people to know what are the emergency need that will allow them to absorb the shock. And that said, we focus our intervention the first year of the crisis, supporting Sudanese smallholder farmers to produce enough food and support their people. And just in 2023, we reached 1 million farmers. We support them with certified seed in a way that they can make food available to people. We reach 15 states. That said, that was successful in the first years of the crisis. But the second years of the crisis was more complicated, more challenging. Although we purchased 11,000 tons of certified seed, but we couldn't reach the Darfur and the Kordofan state due to the challenges that were everywhere, the lack of access and et cetera, as we all know that. But what I would like really here to mention as lesson learned to us, because FAO has been present in Sudan since 1977. Out of those, through the years, we know that Sudan has faced a lot of many different crises. We also then learned quickly that instead of waiting to have a different phases approach, saying that we are in an emergency phase. After the emergency phase, we'll have the rehabilitation, the recovery phase. We learn quickly from day one, to adopt a resilience building approach. What does mean? It means that we don't separate between emergency, rehabilitation, and recovery, but we put it all together as resilience building, which means that we support the people, the individual, the community, and the institutions to absorb the shock, to adapt to the shock, and to transform eventually. So the resilience building approach that FAO is working on doesn't differentiate between phases. But it's not also per se a development, because development is different. But we do understand that by building the resilience of the people, when the development phase will come, those people who are resilient will be apt to jump in the train of development quickly as compared to others who did not benefit from that. But that said, the other lesson learned we have is also resilient building call for a strong partnership, because we cannot, as a FAO, build the resilience of the Sudanese people alone. Like the chair I'm sitting on, I have an arm, I'm resting my arm on it. I have a seat, I'm sitting on the chair. There's a leg to the chair, but I'm not the only one who is putting all those things together. Our competitive advantage is in agriculture side. Other colleagues are well expert in education. Others are in health. If we want to build the resilience of the Sudanese people, it calls for partnership. As our colleague of IFPRI, they are providing quality data on research and all. We all need to come together to build the resilience of people of Sudan. That is really a message that I want to bring, because sometimes we tend to think that we are alone sitting in a country, no matter how powerful our organization is, we are doing the work alone. No, that cannot be. We need really to come together and work together and support the Sudanese people that need our support. I can provide other examples. For example, when we are working on the resilient building, apart from that, we have other programs that are in areas that are safe, working on the value chain of different agricultural commodity, sorghum, sesame, and other, to allow the smallholder farmers to have access to increased revenue and support their livelihood. I think that in Sudan, we understand that if you really speak to the people themselves, they are resilient. They will move on with their livelihood. But what they really need from us, they need from us to listen to them. We should not be putting a program on top of them, but we should sitting with Sudanese people and learn from them and move the smallholder farmer from the bottom to the up to the top level of our agenda. By doing that, I'm pretty sure that Sudanese people will be better off. But as we know now, there is more areas that are accessible in Sudan. Continue to work together, we can support them better.
Thank you. So thanks, Adam, with that. I mean, having heard the food security situation and interventions to support that, we also recognize that women and children are disproportionately impacted and affected by what's going on, particularly availability of food and others. I'd like to hear from you, Fung, in terms of UNICEF's strategy, in terms of how are you building, or what data and collection and research efforts has UNICEF been utilizing to guide its interventions in Sudan to address some of these acute challenges that have been presented today?
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks again for the opportunity to be here and to represent UNICEF. Today is very much a somber day. I'd like to remind us all that there has been significant loss, not only loss of lives, but also livelihood, lots of children's rights, boys and girls' rights to education, to health, to nutrition, to water, sanitation, to protection. And this is something that for 2 years ongoing, for example, we have 19 million children, school-age children, who are not in schools for 2 years. We have education facilities, health facilities, and other vital infrastructures that have been destroyed, looted, attacked, and used as military bases. So we are looking at a generation lost that we've talked about yesterday. And we're looking at children whose dreams and hopes are lost during these 2 years. But at the same time, I think there are also glimpses of hope. Of those 19 million children that I mentioned before, we have been able to support UNICEF with our partners, and many of those around the room today as well have supported nearly 3 million children to be back in learning some type of education activities. And we do this through several different strategies, including provision of teaching and learning supplies, teacher training, provision of safe drinking water, and protection, health services. And we also are working very closely with the youth and young people and adolescent boys and girls to make sure that they are able to provide and be change agents within their communities. We talked about the digital learning. We were able to digitalize the national curriculum onto tablets and provide learning to children in IDP setting, in host communities, and so forth. And these young people are very much a part of that in terms of being teachers, facilitators, mentoring these children. Now, in terms of data and the type of information that lead our program and support our program, as we know, the conflict has been challenging to garner new data, extremely difficult. As part of our new country program, 2026 to 2028, UNICEF has taken a review, a desk review of existing data as well as emerging data that came out of our program implementation. And this is something that's going to guide us in the next 3 years in our new country program. We also use the Common Country Assessment as well as multi-sector assessment to gain data from there, and we have a synthesis of that data. This is something that we keep live because data is constantly emerging. Verification of that data is also challenging. We try as much as we can, and so that's why we have this evidence synthesis that we keep as a live document. Moreover, in terms of our what we call L3 response, that's the highest corporate response in an emergency setting, we are also commissioning an external review of our response to date, 2 years on. And it is an external review of our response with the help of UNICEF headquarters. But again, it's challenging, as we mentioned before, new generation of data is challenging. And we're striving in different ways to find new data. The IPC, I won't go into that, but for the nutrition, we do have smart surveys that we are using. And as much as we can, we want to incorporate all of that new learning, not only from UNICEF's commissioned and research studies, but also that of FAO, UNDP, WFP, other agencies, because again, we have to work together and we need to share that data in order to incorporate into our specific planning and to support this response to move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Fung. And I want to put a placeholder on the conversation on data, but while I have Katrin on this, I think what's really also interesting to hear from you is how are we engaging at a very localized level and how are we translating some of this data into programs? So really what would like to understand from your perspective and Mercy Corps' experience is what is the role of local partners and communities and how are they shaping Mercy Corps' response and recovery efforts, and how are you utilizing some of the information being collected by various partners to really help you drive the engagement and interventions on the ground?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for inviting us as Mercy Corps to be part of this discussion. Before I answer the question, though, I just want to acknowledge the killing of 9 humanitarian workers from Relief International in Zamzam camp. This unfortunately brings the total of humanitarian workers killed in Sudan to 90 since the start. And this really shouldn't be a statistic that exists because we should be protected and not a target, same as civilians should have been protected under humanitarian law. In terms of partners, so local partners play an essential role in our response throughout our portfolio, from local NGOs to emergency response rooms to community-based organizations. It's part of our localization strategy, but it's also in Sudan, they have access to areas where we don't or other agencies don't. They have better community acceptance. They are able to reach hard to reach areas. They are also have a better understanding of the needs and how you're able to operate within a very challenging environment that's already been highlighted through the other presenters. But for us, our partnerships goes beyond them. One of our big partners in Sudan is the private sector, other business actors and market actors as well. They have an incentive to stay. They have an incentive to rebuild communities, and they also have access that others don't. So I think it's important when we talk about partners, that we don't just put ourselves in our box of local NGOs or ERs, but that we also consider the private sector, who unfortunately isn't here today. But I think that's a very important voice that we do need to bring within when we're talking about Sudan. Now, capacity of local partners in Sudan varies a lot. A lot of them have been affected by the conflict a lot. They've lost assets, they've lost capacity, they've also lost a lot of human resources. People have either fled the country or been displaced internally. So when we're talking about working with partners, we also need to be flexible and adaptive in our approach. We can't see them as one homogeneous group. And what we've been focusing on is, one, supporting in their capacity building so that they can rebuild on how they've been affected by the crisis so that they can respond better, but also how we can advocate for risk sharing and reduce compliance needs on partners. Because if you want to get stuff done, you need to stay adaptive, as I mentioned. And I think what's also just important is that we need to make sure when we're talking about partners that we're also looking at Sudanese and ensuring that Sudanese people have voices and are heard in a leading role in the response and recovery. So when we're having these kinds of conversations or these kind of panel discussions, that we make sure that we are putting Sudanese voices at the front as well. Now, if we go to kind of the evidence question, and I think what's been mentioned is there's a lot of evidence that's collected. There's a lot of data that's continuously collected. And it's important because the context keeps changing. So you can't have one market assessment that you've used 6 months ago and use it again, the same data, because things might have changed as the conflict has changed. So in Mercy Corps, we're continuously doing market assessments. We're continuously collecting data. Mercy Corps leads the Cash Consortium of Sudan, which collects a wide amount of data, conducts a lot of research using its wide membership base and platform. And I'll leave there because Gabby, the chief of party, is on the next panel, I believe, and we'll be able to talk more there. But as Mercy Corps directly, we've been looking at how can we do some unique value add research that doesn't duplicate what's already going on. So a few interesting things that we're doing now is we're working with our global crisis analysis team through evidence gathering using from our Samud project, which is funded by the STARS Trust Fund, looking at contributing evidence to a food systems analysis suite. And what does that mean? Is basically it will look at bringing together remote sensing and predictive indicators to create a tool that offers actionable insights into local and national food systems. Or one that we have ongoing now is with DataQ. We're conducting remote sensing across 8 different states in Sudan to estimate harvest lands that are currently being harvested during this season, whether there's access or not. But through this remote sensing, we're able to hopefully gather some of that data so that in the next harvest and the next targeting, we can make sure that we're actioning on that data used.
Thank you, Katrin. And that's just riffing off your last comment about the data that's being collected at local level and the engagement and so on. I go back to you, Nigist, in terms of it's because data is a two-way street, right? As you collect from a higher level and you have actors on the ground on lower levels, how are you using this information to refine your targeting? It's clear from Joe's presentation, the needs of 25 million, trying to support 16 million is a very daunting number. So how are you as WFP then utilizing that in turn to refine your targeting strategy and being able to prioritize the needs in spite of the challenges?
Okay, thank you. So the main instrument we use right now for targeting our resources, especially the emergency resources, is IPC. We continue to prioritize areas facing phase 5, the 10 localities, followed by the ones facing the risk of famine. Then we have IPC phase 4 localities with phase 5 population, then IPC phase 4. This is really sad because all of the population that require assistance, humanitarian assistance, should be the 24 million, 24.7 million, close to 25 million, that require humanitarian assistance, phase 3 and above. But because of various reasons that have been repeatedly mentioned, we simply don't have sufficient resources to provide assistance to those. So we base our targeting mainly on the IPC. However, I feel like we have been more lucky and successful because one of the things we have been doing also is working more with the private sector. We have been from mid-December to the end of February, before the start of the Ramadan, we were able to conduct food security surveys, both for the resident populations, for the newly displaced populations that are in the gathering points, and for the, for the IDPs that have been in Sudan for many years, like the ones in Zamzam camp, as well as the refugee population. And we were able to collect data for about 25,000, from about 25,000 household representative data. Currently, we are in the process of cleaning and analyzing that data. But while we are cleaning and analyzing that data, we have also seen some areas that turned out to be extremely food insecure, even more than what we have seen using the IPC. Yeah? So we have used that information, or we are using that information to prioritize our targeting on top of the IPC, because the data for the IPC, I mean, the main data that was used was the CFSV and FSMS from the first quarter of 2024, yeah? So we are now supplementing that, but the data, we believe by the end of April, we will be able to complete the analysis of that data and make it available more widely so others can also use it. UNICEF said they're not going to mention IPC. Maybe I shouldn't also mention IPC, but I feel like as a humanitarian community, we need some form of common understanding on the extent of the needs in the country. So we may have to come up with something for that, but that is how we are doing the targeting. So this is for area level targeting. And then when we go to the locality, we do mostly community-based targeting to identify the most food insecure households. And so this is where we can. Where we cannot, and depending on the extent of the problem, for example, in localities that are facing famine, we do blanket targeting because most of the population is severely food insecure. Refugees are also targeted because of their status. So we have different mechanisms, but given the resource constraints, we really try to target the most food insecure.
Thank you very much. And I think it's very, very sobering, but also understanding to the nuances of how to try to adapt to this current context. I want to actually jump to Arvind, and again, picking up on something that Catherine said with regards to local actors and maybe small scale private sector. I'm just wondering, again, as UNDP, as you formulate and reiterate your programming, how are you engaging with these various actors? What opportunities do you see in terms of programming, for example, now in multiple submissions from our colleagues here about how private sector can play a role and they can be, community builders. So I'd like to maybe hear a bit of your reflections on how you engage, how some of this information is feeding into how you may develop your future programming and so on.
So, thank you again. I think we are already implementing such nature of program because you can see that with all my co-panelists, they have reflected upon that there is an enormous amount of data that has been generated in the last 2 years. I mean, one example that we can give that we partner with IFPRI, we did a almost a rural household survey of sampling 4,500 household plus actually. A rural household. And then we had also second study on MSMEs survey, which is 1,500 plus households. So you can see that, there is different types of data that has been generated. I think the need, what we are making an effort as a development agencies to partner with and expand the data partnership basically. So that's one. Second, on the question of private sector, I think what we have also realized, while the food aid, while the cash assistance and the grant continues, which is the need of the hour, in the pockets where you have a famine, in the pockets where you have a highest vulnerability, but also we need to look at that how this can be sustained. So we are looking at innovative financing actually. We're bringing the credit guarantee, we're bringing the subsidized loan, working with the banks and the private sector. Not only that, but looking at how the off-grid companies can help and expand the access to energy aspect, because we know that the lack of access to energy also will amount the business and income disruption actually, which is the key. So our range of partnership, not only just NGOs as well as local civil society, but we are also looking at how the whole entire value chain partnership around the gum arabic, like renewable energy, and some of the digital partnership can also enhance, so that the interventions that are ongoing on the humanitarian can also be complemented through the effort of the private sector. There is a private sector task force that has been established. So we are making an effort to reactivate it. We are trying to look at the private sector engagement strategy so that it can evolve towards the contribution. Let's not forget one important element is that the contribution to the economy by the private sector is huge, and it starts from production to processing and marketing and distributing. So I think looking at both backward and forward linkages, UNDP has been implementing these programs in the areas where we have an access, and also complementing where we are unable to access through our private sector partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mind passing this to Adam? I know I'm doing a very erratic back and forth, but I think as speakers come in, there's really generating a lot of food for thought. So Adam, I mean, in the context of what's being said with local private sector and knowing the context of the agriculture sector in Sudan, that's been predominantly government-led or fairly small, isolated, large-scale private sector. Now, in the context of this conflict, what kind of opportunities do we see to diversify the actors in the absence of government and state institutions? And I'm giving you a harder one in this sense as well, is that while there was some positive and some negative elements as to how the ag sector was managed pre-conflict, there were also some very useful aspects, such as research corporations or localized seed bank and seed production. So how can we also support some of these interventions, again, in the context of what's being said, and knowing that we need to work through various actors, various mechanisms to support a very critical sector in the country in this thing?
I mean, yeah, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I will just start to say this. We know as the UN, we have a lot of jargon that we like to use. We like to use this the famous jargon of build back better. I would even challenge that to say that in Sudan, what Sudan need to do is to transform better. It's not build back better. So Sudan will transform, because they'll be having a lesson learned from what is happening and to transform. And the way we see it, if you know Sudan before the crisis, the private sectors, I mean, the big commercial farmers were dominating large area of productions and all. But with the crisis, what we've seen, those commercial farmers, because of the risk that they didn't want to take, they left or they abandoned the land and all. Smallholder farmers have stepped in. And we see it as a way of innovation to allow the smallholder farmer to come up front, because they are 90% of the food that is produced in Sudan for the people are done by those smallholder farmers. We produce with less equipment, less, let's say that access to finance and all. Those are the sector that we think that Sudanese, what should support in a way that the agriculture sector transform. Because we know Sudan is a country with a lot of large population are young, and talking about male and female. And if we support those frange of the population to engage in the agriculture sector, see agriculture sector as a modern business, not like a traditional business that is, is not appealing to people, has a modern business where young people can engage. I think Sudan can use agriculture sector to transform. And the second, what I would like to emphasize that before the crisis, we know also there was a divide between city and rural area. That bridge, the Sudanese need to bridge that. They need to put a policy that allow the rural sector to produce and feed the urban population. If that is done, the Sudanese farmer will be happy to go to the bank and take a loan and do business because they know that there's a market behind. The market should be the engine of transformation. But as we know, I don't want to challenge anybody, but we really have to rethink the policy of food assistance, as I was saying yesterday, to ensure that the food that is distributed in the country are produced also by the smallholder farmers. They can produce the food and let those who are distributing the food to buy locally. I know that our colleagues from WFP are already doing some local purchase, but that needs to increase. If that is done, you will see that Sudan will be a prosperous place because 74 million hectares of arable land. There is no excuse with water everywhere. We also hear that the climate change challenges are yes, but that we can do nothing about the raising of the temperature. We can do nothing about the drought, but we need to adapt. Adaptation is a key, and we have the tools. Smart agriculture tools, climate smart agriculture tools are there. As now we speak, partners are providing short maturing seed. CIMMYT is doing that to farmers to be able to produce in short period of time. That is a way of adapting to the challenge of climate change and the drought. So, I mean, just to stop it, there is a lot of innovation that we can think of.
Before you stop, and I want to kind of drill down on something, I think, and not to just, is the role of government in the sector and how we can utilize private sector to break some of the hold it had, right? Yeah. I hear you on the fact that smallholders are the engine, but unfortunately access to inputs is very much controlled, right? So not to put you on the spot, but I'm just really thinking through what kind of opportunities can we have so that a small monopoly, whether it's government-led or large-scale conglomerates, that we can democratize the access to inputs, the access so that you, as you said, to unlock that potential that you've shared with us.
No, I mean, we as a FAO, we don't own policy. We support the government. We support the government to develop policy. And that said, we also understand that the role of a government is to provide a conducive policy, a conducive environment to allow the private sectors and all actors to play. And before the crisis in 2019, Ahmed is just sitting opposite to me. He knows. He led the development of a program, an investment program of nearly 2 billion, right? But that policy, that program was never implemented. If it had been implemented, we would have been in a different place. So we also started to support the government to develop the first strategy in agriculture sector that would allow all actors to come and play. But that didn't materialize because of the conflict that we know. But still, I'm very optimistic that after this crisis, what the government needs to do, it is to develop a policy that is conducive for investment in agriculture sector. Sudan is well placed. It's just right in the center of many Middle East and Europe and everywhere else. If they develop agriculture, Sudan can transform very quickly. And we see 65% of the population engaged in active population engaged in agriculture sector. It's a huge number, but agriculture needs to be modern. It's not the traditional way, as you said, access to inputs and all. That all will come. The Sudanese will have access to those inputs when there is a market behind to buy. If there's no market, there will be no incentive to the farmer to go to the bank and take loan. We cannot also think that Sudan will transform because of the development aid that we are providing. Money is there, but they need just to organize themselves and take the money that is everywhere in the hand of everybody.
Thank you, Adam. And maybe to Fung, and just kind of following on the theme of engaging with government, but on a different angle. In the current programming, you're still dealing with, it's not total state collapse. You still have sectoral ministries of health, of education. So how are you managing to engage in that context of there's humanitarian needs, yet there's also institutional governance needs of maintaining and preserving some of those systems? So I'd like to hear a bit from you, some of the challenges you're facing and how you're engaging in this context.
Thank you. Prior to this war, it's no surprise that we have a very precarious social service sector in terms of health, nutrition, education, protection, water, sanitation, and so forth. So compared to other sectors, for us, it is very important. What we're seeing right now in the last 2 years is the social sector that is on the brink of collapse. And it is very important for us that we work closely with the government at all levels, because at the end of the day, they are the duty bearers to provide these basic social services. But at the same time, during this conflict, because the frontline workers in terms of doctors, nurses, teachers, social workers, they're not getting their full salaries, if any. We have to work with the communities. We have to work with community-based organizations. We work with young people themselves to reestablish some of these safety networks, such as child protection, such as education. Because if we have to wait for this war, this conflict to be over, that's another generation lost. So it is very important that we work together very closely with all the different partners and very much at the community level with young people, with boys, with girls, with communities, with local actors, with ERRs, all partners. But in terms of the system-wide approach, we still have to continue to work very closely with the state government, with the national government to make sure that we don't have a complete breakdown of the social sectors. And that's very important for us. So while we work with all partners, we have to continue to make sure that governance works. It's a challenge, but I think, when we talk about resilience and recovery, I don't think children should have to be resilient. They've been resilient for 2 years already. So enough is enough. We need the warring parties to put the arms down.
Thank you, Fung. And with that, maybe I'll open it up to the audience if anyone has questions. I see a lot of, and some familiar faces. Okay, so I see 2 hands there. So maybe we'll start with Dr. Murtada, and then, sorry, colleague next to him with the blue shirt, and then we'll move forward. So I have 1, 2, 3. Got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'd like to thank IFPRI for making this meeting. I think the sole stakeholders or the especially for the page. And since it's agriculture,
please introduce yourself
sorry,
briefly,
yes.
and then
Okay.
for your question or remark.
Murtada Kamal, Summit Country Coordinator based in Sudan, in Kassala. And really, it's I just go to the point directly with the private sector, the role of the private sector in food security. And so many issues being delivered in the state there. I think the most important one, which we mentioned by Dr. Adam, yes, how can we secure the food? It is through the humanitarian aid or the development or what? But I think he mentioned very good one. This was what the practical model which being implemented by CIMMYT, the Food Security Initiative, to produce food rather than buy food or import food. And what we did, what we found that importing 1 ton of food to Sudan at that time will cost $900. Producing it locally, $300. So you can imagine the resources which can be directed to the food security, as mentioned by Dr. Adam. And the other most important thing, that's the successful the success factor in this initiative, it is all, already reach about more than 60,000 farmers, smallholder farmers who produce 90% of the food, which I just mentioned by Dr. Adam, that we supported them. The same thing what you mentioned, Dr. Adam, when we the need assessment of those small farmers, it was not seeds, it was not fertilizers. The main thing, how they prepare their land. At that time, there was the fuel problem, the tractors. So we included not just providing them with one input, the easiest one, the seeds. No, it was a package with 4 inputs, starting from the most needy for them. This was the land preparation and the most costly one. And then they continued, they provided, this was a subsidy. They supported, they were being supported by 65% and the 35% by the farmers. This is number one. Number two, the private sector engagement, which has been mentioned also by the WFP. Who are the private sector? Because you know the real private, the private sector, the traditional, I don't want to say the big companies, but traditionally how they cooperate with the NGOs, even this, I know not very few of them, but for the first time we try to engage the local private sector at that region where we intervene, because we tried Jazeera and now with Kassala, and it was being implemented, most of it was in New Halfa. So this is number one. Number two, I think if we can practical recommendation for this workshop, I think what the third objective of April, let us go to the engagement of the private sector, but the private sector, who are we should define them. And I think now we have Mercy Corp, and I don't know if they're supported by the World Bank, they engage the SMEs. And before they don't have access to the NGOs. But now I think that we have the data, the Chamber of Agriculture is there, who can represent not only the big companies, but also the smallholder farmers. And I think this is very practical, and the impact, real impact was being seen through our initiative, which has been for 2 seasons, the summer season. And you can imagine 60,000, more than 60 farmers are producing. If you just multiply it by 1.5 per acre, it's per Padan, this is 90,000 tons of food being produced locally, and you can imagine the impact of that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Adam and Mercy Corp. And I think we could just replicate or scale up on this model. We are ready there. Although Summit project is being ended next month, but we are, as a Chamber of Agriculture, we are ready there to provide you with all the data we have, how to reach the private sector, the agriculture private sector. Thank you very much, Ifri.
Thank you, Dr. Murtada. Maybe we take a few comments and then we take it back to the panelists. So colleague right next to him in the blue shirt, yeah. And then we have.
Yeah, thank you, panelists. Thank you, panelists. I'm Chris with LM International INGO working in Sudan. The question I have for the UN colleagues there is, what is your plan to engage and work with TASIS? And how will you overcome the obstructions that are in place by Port Sudan in order for the UN agencies to be present in the 8 states of the western part of the country where you haven't been for the last 2 years? And one comment for Adam, please show us the money. We only have $70,000 grant from FAO currently. Adam. For you.
And then I'll give the panelists some time. There's also a question there, colleague with who has the mic? Yes, please go ahead. I'll come to
Okay, thank you very much. It was a very good discussion on the resilience and livelihoods, practically.
Please introduce yourself and
okay.
Closer to the mic.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ubatu. I work for the World Vegetable Center. Yeah, it has been very good discussions, but I have some questions and also suggestions. Yeah, most of the time when we see the humanitarian organization, it is good that they provide food aid, but oftentimes when they provide grains and some legumes. And most of the time, the nutrition part is really forgotten. So probably like Adam, you mentioned that you distributed millions of tons, I think, of grains for people who are in need. I don't know how much of those are including those humanitarian, those of nutritious crops like vegetables and other important crops, because only cereals or only grains provision of only cereal grains is actually enhancing malnutrition. We need to include other nutritious and important crops along with other grains. That is very important, I think. The other one is access to input is major challenge. We shouldn't always wait from like for improved seeds from outside of this the trouble area or the Sudan. We need to capacitate people who are already there. People are farming, they're practicing farming. So we need to support those people to produce their own seeds, not just depend on always on the aid. So if we support them, then they can seeds will be available locally, and then when there is this kind of difficult situation, everything will be fine at least. So in that aspect, what are you doing to support the private sectors or individual farmers to produce their own seeds? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take one more question and then, yeah, we'll come back. Sorry, there was back there. I see you. Please go ahead. The mic is next to you. Oh, sorry. It was خلاص ما في مشكلة. No problem. I'm sorry. I have you for the next round. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Please go ahead. The mic is next to you. No, I see you guys. Don't worry.
Good morning, everybody. I have a comment and a question. As a lesson to be learned.
Sorry, please introduce yourself.
Al-Qasim Ali Al-Qasim, University of Khartoum. As a lesson to be learned, wouldn't you think that an earlier intervention by the NGOs could have reduced or eliminate the large displacement that happened? This is just for your comment. The other thing that, have you heard about Takaya? That is like group feeding prepared by the locals, those who are not, did not leave the country. I think it's an exciting experience and a valuable one that have reduced, I won't say eliminated, reduced probably the deaths of many people who stayed there. I would like you to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go back to the panelists and then we'll come back for another round of questions. So panelists, just because of time, I may try to target some of the questions. So on the questions on the role of private sector in agriculture, so I'll give three colleagues to perhaps opine. So Adam, maybe the conversation on what is being done, not just the large scale private sector, but the smaller scale. WFP and I guess if you can talk about, are there any initiatives to do local procurement vis-a-vis international, given some of the costs that were provided? And then if we could also hear from UNDP on that, how do we support a broader framework for small scale private sector engagement? So very quickly, maybe your feedback on this question, and then we'll come back to the other questions of the audience.
Yeah, I mean, regarding private sector, I should say that contrary to what one could think, Sudan has a very dynamic private sectors, actually. Yes, the government intervened in the agriculture sector, yes, but still the private sector is very dynamic. If you come, for example, to the seed that we're buying, I'm not talking about grain, I'm talking about seed. The certified seed that we are buying in Sudan, for example, are produced by private sectors. So the sector is dynamic regarding those inputs. When it comes to vegetable seeds and all, the Sudan government doesn't control the market of those vegetable seeds, for example, even if they intervene in some of those area, but they don't control. The private sector is dynamic. And what we also are saying as FAO, we do have a policy for private sector to kind of being a broker between the government and the private sector to allow them to invest in area where we do think that they can have a critical added value and impact. But that's something that we continue to work on that. And then the last point I want to mention I really will even ask IFPRI to work on that area, because when we're talking about private sector, we don't see smallholder farmers as a private sector, but they are private sector. But what is the definition of private sector? They have their land, which is the capital. They farm, they sell on market. Is that they're doing profit? It's not private sector. But they need to really to be restructured. They need to be on the top of our list, but actually they are on the bottom. That is we really need to work on those things, to recognize them as a private sector and work on their weaknesses and all, and have them participate more in the development of the country.
Thank you, Adam. And quickly over to Nigist about any initiatives for local product procurement or vis-a-vis cost.
Okay. Thank you. So over the past year, WFP has supported local procurement of sorghum and wheat. I don't have the quantities right now, but I know the quantities were large. But in addition to locally procuring and distributing inside the country, WFP has provided and has substantially increased cash-based transfers. This means people who cannot produce or buy on their own would have the cash then to be able to purchase from the market.
Sorry, I think the question was more local production is much cheaper.
Yeah.
So is WFP having any efforts to procure locally vis-a-vis?
To produce or procure?
Produce food that is grown locally vis-a-vis international. My understanding, if I'm correct, Dr. Murtada?
Yeah. So okay, local procurement is, so as I mentioned, I don't have the quantities right now, but there have been large quantities of wheat and sorghum procured locally over the past year from by WFP to provide assistance to those who didn't produce sufficiently last year. In addition, WFP also supported wheat production in the 2023-2024 season in partnership with the African Development Bank, supporting over 200,000 smallholder farmers and producing 645,000 metric tons of wheat, which accounted for 22% of the wheat produced in Sudan, which is substantial in my opinion. This is a 70% increase in productivity in Sudan in the targeted 5 states. So it was a substantial contribution in terms of supporting local procurement. But also, okay.
So, no. I'm mindful of, just because I want to allow others. There was just, sorry, Arvind, I will come back to you. I think perhaps just bundling to Fung, there were several nutrition questions in the sense of, I'm just focusing on UNICEF given your large presence in this area. There was a comment about nutrition not necessarily being well dimensioned. And then there was also a comment about group feeding and the community structures for community kitchens and takayas and so on. So if you can comment on the aspects of nutrition from these 2 comments.
All right, great. Thanks very much. In terms of nutrition, the situation is quite severe, and with the escalating conflict, we identify and we treat severe acute malnutrition. We have 1.1 million pregnant and lactating women in Sudan who are malnourished. We have 3.6 million children under the age of 5 who are facing severe acute malnutrition. So for us, this is a huge problem, and we work with our partners to make sure that we have RUTF treatment at the state level, and they are pre-positioned for at least 3 months supplies. Our biggest challenge in terms of getting to the health facilities and to the OTP centers is access. Humanitarian access remains a challenge. And while the supplies are there in the warehouse, we have a challenge getting out to all those remote area. I note there was a question about are we out in those in the Kordofan, in Darfur and whatnot. This is, in fact, just last month we had an interagency mission in West Darfur. And this was something that we had been planning for a long time, but for repeatedly, we were disrupted because of getting permits. We know that we have a lot of impediments, bureaucratic impediments to getting out to the field. When the crisis hit, we also, and Khartoum was badly hit, we had moved and established a hub in Madani, where I was actually the head of office there up until the middle of December 2023. And so in what we find in the humanitarian situation that we're facing is that we have to be agile. And we've been back there very recently for a visit, and we are planning to reestablish that footprint there. We have plans to lift and shift, UNICEF speak, our staff to locations such as West Darfur, and Madani, and I myself will be next Sunday going into Sudan. I'll be going to Khartoum. So it is little by little, but to the best of our ability, we do want to get out there to serve the people of Sudan.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Arvind. I think I want to take another round of questions and then we come back to the panel. So I see you, Doctor, just trying to be representative, but maybe we start with this end and we come to you. So I think Muzan, Raja, and then a question here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Muzan Nil, Senad Research Center. So I have a comment to Mr. Adam Yao and just a question to Ms. Negest. So I would like to thank Mr. Yao first for a very important comment, I think, regarding that the main difference about this war that started 2 years ago today is that it's a war that came to the capital. And that makes all the difference because of the centralized developmental model that we had in the country. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, embedded in our evaluation, as well as in our interventions, evaluation of governance models, of possible tools that can be utilized, and even of possible partners. So that's an important comment. Another important comment, I think, was the one regarding the small-scale, smallholder farmers, which is, we see a similar pattern in industry, right? Like in small-scale, small and micro-scale manufacturing, they managed to jump to cover the gap that larger-scale manufacturing created by escaping the country, basically. And I think there's a lot to learn here about the agility, the responsiveness of these small-scale institutions, and that is something to keep in mind in designing future interventions and reconstruction. I also want to highlight a point. I think there was a point that was mentioned regarding how market tools can help move forward the agriculture sector. And as much as it's important, I think it's very important also to remember the structural factors within the state and within the legal system that have a very important impact. Even in the example that was used by Mr. Adam himself regarding the loans, that if there is a demand, the farmers will go and get loans. But we also know statistically that the agricultural bank, for example, like over 70% of its loan budget is defined for short and very short-term loans, which basically go to exporters. That does not even cover, the crop period for a farmer to take that loan and actually use it. So we need to keep those structural limitations, the legal system, the policy, the priorities of the policymakers, because otherwise, if we just focus on the market tools, there is a very good chance we do not get the results that we are expecting out of our interventions. And my question to Ms. Negest is regarding the self-registration program. And I remember during the time that this program was, it was going around, there was also a lot of concerns from the public, if you remember, regarding the safety. Some urban myths were created about how this is a tool that the RSF is using to collect data about locations, about people. Do not go there. So I want to ask about how do you think those kind of concerns might have impacted the program itself, and whether there are any lessons that can be helpful in rolling out different digital tools. You know, at this situation of lack of credibility, people have no resources, so rumors move faster than anything else. So if there are any lessons from this project that can help roll out of other digital tools, that would be great if you can share them. Thank you.
Thank you. So Raja, and then I'll come. I promise I have you in the list. Yes, please, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sid Ahmed. And
Please speak closer to the mic.
do you hear me? Okay, my name is Sid Ahmed and I'm a bunch of X's. I was ex-UN, ex-CIR, ex-University of California. And I do work now on policy investment planning. That is what I do, and also assessment of systems. The last speaker did actually echo many of the issues I wanted to raise, and thank you very much. So we agree. Dr. Yao, Adam, gave a very good, actually, perspective or summary of what FAO and others who work in Sudan have gone through and go through since they had offices in Sudan, and which is the work under enormous uncertainty, challenges, disasters, which I can call business as usual. What is happening now is business as usual. Like you are the food security cluster, actually, right? And what you are doing now is what 5 years ago people were doing, 10 years ago people were doing, even 30 years ago people were doing. The only difference is that the telescope now shed on Khartoum and Medani, people migrated, the IDPs in different, but most of the Sudan, South, West, they have been displaced, they've been tortured, they've been killed, schools been closed, trying to get aid was tricky. Maybe Mercy Corps was a bit happy because they had money, but now maybe they will be faced with the Trump, era. But the business is usual. That is what I can say. And the insights of you, as Adam, you put it together, is actually perfect. Now, what can I add to this? I can ask two questions. This time, we are, like yesterday, faced by correlating and trying to do some correlation between two big forces, the RSF and the SAF. Before, SAF was playing the game by itself, killing, burning. Darfur is the victim, in Nuba Mountains. This has been there. It's just now there is a counter which came from its womb. So there is an issue of, although what is happening now, my colleague in Tassis said, there is a search for a civil solution, a democratic solution, a solution where there is a constitution allows everybody in Sudan, except the militants, to serve. So my question in this situation, as cluster agencies, when you face with a statement from the de facto government that IPC is out, and the last 5 seasons of Sudan were the best ever, and there was an abundance of agriculture. In your book, you are writing a book. That is a challenging thing for your book now, the correlation and the answer for this question. Because there is here, before that was not even, nobody even cared if people were killed or did go to school or anything. But because 7 million from Khartoum are now displaced, and some people are concerned. Do you see really the statements by the government that everything is fine and it is something you want to consider in your analysis and to put it in? This is actually my main question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we've got a broad set of questions and also very limited time. So I'm going to give each of you a minute to reflect. I think there's some poignant questions, for example, in small scale industry and agility and the lessons learned. How do we address the structural limitations? The conversations was to the ag sector, but I think it could be cross-cutting for other productive sectors. The digital tools, particularly, I know that WFP with the cash transfer program, but others, what has been your experience? And then in the context of where we are, where we have government and or counter entities with different statements and so on, how do you go about engaging, making sure that you have some evidence to back some of your engagement interventions? So a minute each, a lot to digest, but looking forward to your comments.
Thank you. I'll try my best to answer what I can in my limited capacity. I think one of the baseline that we have to accept as we began the conversation saying that this is not just only the humanitarian, but also a development crisis unfolding. And I'm not just speaking because I have just joined Sudan for the last 2 months. I spent 7.5 years in Yemen and 3.5 years in Afghanistan. And I think we are seeing the repetitive nature of discussion and dialogue, saying that where do we else go from here? So I think, one of the stating point that, what the previous speaker from the audience said is very correctly that, we need to take a lessons learned. I think that's why we all, UN agencies are also here and cooperating. And you must know that at the moment in Sudan, there is an interim cooperation framework happening where all UN agencies are putting its effort jointly, which will be then shared with not only just NGOs or international NGOs, but also going to the government to look at those priorities or the pillars for their feedback. So I think there is already an effort towards that. Second, the role of the private sector, and I think from the UNDP, what I can speak about is that we have been focusing on medium, small, micro, small, medium enterprises. I think they are the engine growth, actually. We cannot let them go out, I mean, they're at the bottom of the pyramid. We can't just talk only about the grant, but we also need to provide them financial tools to grow, actually, because grant does not take you further, actually. They will not help you to expand your business. They will not help you to touch the processing sector or marketing. You will just become the production, machine, actually, and it will not have a fair share in the market. So I think that's why we need to talk about those. We have worked more than 10,000 MSMEs in Sudan, and we are planning to go towards more, actually, small, medium enterprises, looking at, for example, energy. Off-grid is one of the biggest, penetration in Sudan. So there is a great potential if we tie it up with the digital nature of the programming. So this is where we are focusing on and will continue to focus on recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Nigist, and maybe focusing on the rolling out of digital tools and lessons learned.
Thank you. So we haven't yet done lessons learned from the self-registration, and I wasn't aware of the rumors you mentioned. However, interventions like this occur when it becomes really necessary. It's not, if we had access, we would properly target the most food insecure and assist those, yeah? But in the absence of the opportunity to do that, then we have to find a way of at least supporting some people. But so right now, as access becomes better in some parts of the country, then our means of targeting, our means of supporting will also improve. And that's what I expect. But we haven't done lessons learned from the self-registration, and I wasn't really aware of that rumor. But I also want to touch on one thing, yeah? In terms of knowing whether there is a need or not, or the scale of the need, or who the most food insecure are, I think the best way is to use evidence. As much as possible, collect data. When data collection is not possible, then like when survey type of data collection is not then possible, try to monitor whatever can be monitored, for example, prices, but also use assumptions to project what future food security looks like, then be able to respond to those. I wouldn't want to comment on any of the politics, but the most important thing is to use evidence to target, increasingly scarce resources and based on based response based on the evidence.
Thank you. Perhaps pass to Catherine. Just reflecting on some of these comments that we just received on what we learn from the agility of small scale industry. Also, you've been part of the CASH Consortium in terms of rolling out some of these digital tools. If you have some lesson learned in terms of some of the rumors or how to target and so on. And then the structural limitations, I think you've also addressed, but those two would be nice.
Yeah, maybe on the lessons learned of digital tools and the CASH Consortium, there's team members here from the CASH Consortium, so I think I'll let them speak towards it much better than I can. But I think there's already a lot of evidence on what with the CASH Consortium, what Mercy Corps, what other INGOs have been able to achieve over the last 2 years. And I know that access has been mentioned as a constraint for many people, structural constraints for the UN to operate, but I'd like to just maybe advocate that for the last 2 years, a lot of programming and a lot of support has been happening in Sudan through INGOs, especially in the West, through different programming that has achieved a lot in the East, such as the SASAS program that we implemented with CIMMYT. We were able to support a lot of smallhold farmers in terms of planting, but also being able to produce food. So it's not that can only start now, but there's a lot of evidence that can already be taken and learned from the group cash transfers that support the ERRs and the community kitchens that was mentioned. There's already been so much that has been able to be achieved by so many agencies, and there's so much evidence out there that I would really encourage that moving forward, that those who have already been implementing are looked at as actors to continue working with forward and not starting new. Same with the SMEs that we've been supporting for the last year. It's great to hear that UNDP will be looking at that further, and I think would really encourage on all the lessons that have already been learned on how to operate within Sudan now. As Mercy Corps, I think we've been in a unique position where we've been able to address immediate needs, mainly through cash-based transfers, but we've also been able to look at kind of longer-term resilience programming and have this kind of like double nexus approach that we've been able to implement in Sudan. But I would say what we're missing is creating it into like a triple nexus and bringing in that good governance piece of work that would address from the last comment in terms of how do we operate within this kind of these new actors and these new ruling parties. Thanks.
Thank you. Fung, some last.
I think it would be naive to actually look at a set of data from only one source. So for me, the evidence is when I'm speaking to a mother who's holding her child going to an OTP center to get malnutrition treatment. The evidence is when I look at Layla in a child-friendly space learning center who is so happy to be back with her friends, making new friends and learning. I think the evidence is really talking to the people on the ground. And we also have complaint and feedback mechanisms by which community members and those who are rights holder are able to speak out and talk about what they like, what they don't like, what they would recommend for us to improve. And I think those are the types of evidence that UNICEF would increasingly want to incorporate into our new country program. Thank you.
Thank you. And Adam, finally, I think there was several comments directed to you with the lessons learned on the agility of small-scale industry to apply to small-scale farmers, and how do we address some of the structural limitations that we've seen in the ag sector that has really limited the growth of that sector. So maybe if you can speak to those.
I mean, the way we see it is that I think I said it already, but I can emphasize again that there is a need really to understand the mechanism of small scale enterprises, how it works, how they've been resilient during the crisis. That said, we have an upcoming cooperation with IFPRI to understand the impact of the crisis on the value chain and the actors, the small scale enterprises, and also macro level and meso level, also micro level, to understand what is happening so that IFPRI can advise better policy decision maker. That is one thing. The second thing I need to also mention is that there's a data gaps in Sudan. We need to recognize that. We know, for example, the reference to IPC. Yes, RPC is a protocol that brings different actors together to put their data together, do analysis, and then have a common agreement. Now, if we bring in different parties together to have a common agreement, they can disagree. That need to be also clearly put. So if we take the Darfur and the Kordofan, for example, we had some challenges to collect data in that area because there's no access. So when there's no access, some actors came with the data that they have collected, and those data have been challenged. So we cannot then say that, okay, unless we have the methodologies and all, to be difficult to challenge. But our advice is, again, to call for all actors who could contribute to provide evidence to come together and collect those data. And lastly, for Sudan, I'm very optimistic that they will overcome what is happening here, because it is a resilient people. And I just want to bring quickly one example that I'm having it on my mind. It was in July in Dongola. There was a huge flooding. We're all stopped. We couldn't move across. There was a lot of water. All the trucks, cars, people were waiting several hours to cross. While we were waiting, 3 young Sudanese women came. They hold hand. They crossed. They entered the water. They crossed. What that means for me, it means that those people who live there for centuries, they know the area. They know better what to do. They know how deep this water can be. They cross. So I will finish by saying that let's trust the Sudanese people. I'm sure that they can overcome the current crisis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have taken a little bit more time than we had wanted. I want to thank the panelists and also thank audience members for really participating and in this lively discussion. I think there's a lot of lessons to learn in terms of the response that we have from as international actors, as local actors. There are a lot of aspects that we need to consider as we are designing our interventions, whether it's on the humanitarian sphere and how do we access areas of active conflict, irrespective of who is managing those areas of conflict. How do we support local governance and local institutions? Again, irrespective of the capacities and the challenges we have. We've really heard time and time again the aspects of private sector and defining private sector. We're not talking about large conglomerates, but really individuals who are enterprising, whether it's in the agriculture sphere, small scale industry. It's very clear that they've really come in to fill the gap. So how do we engage them in our programming and ensure that they play a more effectual role in the response as well as the recovery program? And I think that all as we move forward, and a message that's also come across, and a message also that I've been trying to reiterate, is that we also have to be mindful of these structural aspects, right? There's been a lot of challenges pre-conflict. As we move forward, we don't necessarily want to repeat and reinforce these same structural impediments. So how do we make sure as we build and design programs and mobilize resources that we support development in a more distributed manner, and we don't necessarily exaggerate the disparities that have really contributed to the conflict that we're here today. So thank you very much, everyone. And I hope that this contributes to the dialogue in the beginning of the rest of the day. With that, I believe we're going to be taking a short coffee break. Colleagues, please come back into the room at 11:40. We have taken a little longer in this session, so hopefully we can make up for it to start the next session. Thank you very much.
Small overlap. Like the Takaful Karama impact evaluation. That's right. Yeah. A great yeah, and it's still going on in Egypt. No, there's no. I think so. Very much. I mean, all the economic context. Yes, Egypt went pretty much in the space of 1 or 2 years, not having any basic stress improvements. We will actually.
For people to order, and then I hand over to you. Good morning. You are almost in the afternoon. Kindly settle now. Settle now. We are starting in a second. Thank you. We hand over to session 6. Clemens, you introduce yourself, your IFPRI, and introduce your team.
All right. Good morning. Salam alaikum, everyone here in the room. It's a great pleasure to be here with this distinguished panel. My name is Clemens Breisinger. I'm heading IFPRI's office here in Nairobi, and I'm also the interim director for one of the big CGIAR programs on policy innovations, and we need to all the innovations that we can here. Now, this panel brings together some distinguished development partners. We just agreed here among ourselves. We are aiming for business as unusual on this panel. Thank you for bringing up this important point. And one of our objectives is also to prioritize. Prioritizing these days is more important than ever. Resources are always scarce, but maybe now more scarce than ever. So there are always competing interests. So what could be some of the priorities for researchers, for NGOs, for development partners, etc.? Now, let me briefly introduce our distinguished panelists. We have Ed Barney, a Human Development Advisor from FCDO Sudan. We have Felix Volkmer. He's a portfolio manager at KfW Sudan. We have Gabrielle Fox, Chief of Party, Cash Consortium of Sudan. And then Yoichiro Ishihara is joining us online. He's the country manager for Sudan for the World Bank. Now, before we start, maybe some quick guiding principles. So this is a research for development conference. So whenever you feel like it, in any context, the audience and the panelists, let's also think how data, how research can improve the way we work and we prioritize. Let's all think out of the box. What new technologies, big data, other things can help us here. And then let's think collaboration. So let's challenge each other also on the panel. Let's be very interactive also with our audience. We have about 1.5 hours. I have 2 questions for each of you, and then we'll go into the Q&A. Sounds good? All right, so let's start with Ed. So Ed, what are FCDO's key priorities in supporting Sudan and its population these days? And how have these key priorities changed over the last 1 or 2 years?
Yeah, thanks, Clemens. And good morning to everyone. And firstly, a huge thanks to IFPRI for hosting this event today on what I think is a somber day. It's a day of reflection, but I think it's an inspiring day to be surrounded by so many experts and so many Sudanese academic experts in particular. Well, you told us to sort of talk about the elephants in the room, business as unusual. I think it's fair to say we're in the most unusual times the aid sector's been in for for decades, if not generations. We need to confront that head on. We cannot pretend things will be the same as they were before. And I think at the moment, as donors collectively, perhaps we're sort of staring into the barrel of a crisis that, for me, mirrors the sort of 2008 financial sector global crash. And I just, I think it's better if we put that out in the open, and we're all talking from the same parameters. Now, within that, I do see sort of perhaps 3 or 4 emerging typologies of donor models in the current environment. Now, if you look at that as a pyramid, I think at the top of the pyramid there are some donors that are unaffected by the global winds of change. Now, I think in that category you see some innovative foundations. I think you see some dedicated donors, perhaps from the Scandinavian region. I think you see the private finance and concessional finance picture broadly stable right now. And I think sitting underneath that, you see a category of committed but constrained traditional donors. And I see the UK as in this picture, and I'll come back to what that means and why we are constrained. Beneath that, I think you see a layer of emerging but transactional donors that work in radically different ways to the traditional Western like-minded donors. And I'm not sure the delivery partner landscape has really adjusted to thinking about how we work with those funding sources. And then the final elephant in the room is the absent donors, who is not here anymore. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to lose a big chunk of policy and programming finance from the US over the next 12 to 18 months. Now, these changes afoot, you can lump yourself in a category of being unaffected. You can think of yourself as a nimble private foundation or a protected donor. But unfortunately, the whole landscape has shifted radically, and it affects all of us. Whether or not you're working for the UK FCDO, whether or not you were working for USAID, whether or not you represent the Gates Foundation, we desperately need to convene and think about new ways of working. And I hope that we do that in a way whereby we think about, from a bottom-up, people-centered perspective, about how we limit the effect of these decisions with people on the ground, and that we really take a participatory approach to desperately needed reform. I think one of the stories emerging from Sudan over the past 2 to 3 years actually is without undermining or setting a sort of existential picture of doom and gloom over us as an aid community, is that actually collectively, despite heroic individual efforts, we've been a failure. We haven't delivered equitably across the country. We haven't got aid to those hotspots when the aid has been needed. And diplomatically, we haven't brought the solutions to the table that could bring about the necessary conditions to improve the operating environment. We have underestimated the resilience of Sudanese people and communities significantly. Now, what does it mean for the UK to be committed but constrained? I just wanted to say a few words about that. It means for a country like Sudan, and this was announced this morning, we will spend 120 million pounds of grant ODA this year, primarily on life-saving assistance, combination of food, nutrition, multi-purpose cash, gender-based violence response, and thinking about the enabling environment and addressing data constraints. But when I say the UK is committed somewhere, bilaterally for a country program, that used to mean for a donor like ourselves, a program of 400 to 500 million pounds, a mix of humanitarian life-saving activities and a blended approach to long-term resilience and development. Now, in the current environment, that's not possible, right? We recently reduced our expenditure commitment globally to 0.3% of UK GDP as expenditure on overseas development assistance. We are constrained. 4 or 5 years ago, we were spending 0.7% of GDP on overseas development assistance globally. We operate in an environment where the domestic environment and attitudes towards giving aid assistance overseas by British citizens is perceived, and I say perceived quite carefully, to be more hostile than ever. And that is because in lots of Western countries, we've had almost 15, 16 years of stagnation, declining living standards, and austerity. So I think there really needs to be some sort of collective banging of heads together amongst the category of like-minded donors in that traditional bucket, because I don't think the UK is alone, certainly right now, and I don't think it will be alone in the next 1 or 2 years. And we need to dramatically reimagine how we do development in places like Sudan. Let me pause there.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. This is a very frank and open assessment here. And we appreciate, and hopefully this sort of conference and gathering can be a first good step to help prioritizing, collaborating, rethinking. Now, Felix, over to you. You're from the KfW, the German Development Bank. There's also GIZ context from Germany. How do you see Germany's development cooperation aligning with the new situation that we are facing in Sudan and globally?
Yes, yeah, thank you so much. So KfW as an institution, we work on behalf of the German government. We're focusing on financial cooperation. We also have a colleague from GIZ in the room focusing on technical cooperation. So jointly, we work on behalf of the German government. And I think referring to the image of the pyramid that Ed just referred to, I think we're probably on the same level, committed but constrained. We just elected a new government, and the coalition forming was concluded. And in the sort of coalition agreement, we also have sort of a commitment by the government to decrease ODA. We don't know yet how this will translate into actual programming, etc. What I would like to reflect on is rather how KfW, how we approach our programming in Sudan, also in the last 2 and 3 years, by highlighting perhaps 6 guiding principles overall that we use for our programming. And the first, and I think most important one as a development actor, is that despite the outbreak of conflict that started with the coup and then the outbreak of war, is to stay engaged, even if we have this development and long-term perspective, and not only focusing on humanitarian interventions, but continue the work that we have started before the outbreak and continue. We just had the colleague from UNICEF on stage here before who mentioned the digitalization of the national curriculum, which we also supported and which we now support in this current situation in setting up learning environments where this actual learning can also continue. A second principle that is important for us is to look at a wide geographical footprint. Of course, we have, as I think many also of the development actors, there is a push and focus on the east, but we deliberately been active in Darfur, in the 2 areas in South Kordofan, Blue Nile as well, to keep a large footprint, but also to minimize the risk of politicization from conflict parties on the ground. Of course, that comes with extreme challenges on the ground. But I think from a donor perspective, we also want to give the agencies that we work with on the ground this backing to be active in many areas as possible. A third overall principle is a focus on multi-sectoral approaches. I think particularly with the partners that we work with, a lot of focus on UN partners, direct cooperation with NGOs as well. We try to leverage on broad mandates that these agencies have on the ground, and then focus on specific areas and try to leverage as much as possible of the expertise of these agencies. And a fourth principle is a continued focus on multi-year funding. So we, as a development agency, we have this long-term vision, and we try as much as possible to keep that up, even though we have this fast-lived humanitarian environment. But we want to work with partners, and we want to give partners the ability to also look at some long-term planning. We still are active, for example, in the provision of infrastructure, which takes a lot of time by nature, and we try to keep that up as much as possible. The other element that I want to highlight is to try to work on preserving structures as much as possible. So usually we, as a development actor, would work closely with the government on a central level. This is something that has been halted for good political reasons with the outbreak of conflict. However, what we focus on is working with local structures, working with communities, but also technical level of government on the local ground. For example, if we look at the provision of water, there are still a lot of ministries of water on the local technical level that is active, and we need to preserve these structures as much as possible. Because at one point, when we come to an end of conflict, hopefully we will still need these structures, and we want to avoid the situation where these structures fail. And then the last point, which has been referenced a lot in the previous panel as well, is the work with the private sector. This is something that from our side, we have initiated before the outbreak of conflict, but the project started really during conflict time. We set up an SME catalyzer through which we directly support small and medium enterprise companies, because we believe the private sector is still active and extremely relevant also in the provision of basic services in Sudan today. So, yeah.
That's great. Thank you, Felix. Also keeping our eye on the future, on development. Yes, we have a crisis now, but let's always keep the longer term in mind with what we do. So, Gabriel, before we come to you, do you mind we switch to online to keep our online audience also engaged? Yoichiro, are you there? Can you hear us? And can you let us know how the World Bank is adjusting operations and support to Sudan, given the current political and operational constraints?
Hi, good morning and good afternoon. And can you please confirm you can hear me and you can see me on screen?
Yes, we can hear you, and hopefully we can see you shortly. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much and for that question. So, on this question, and I'd like to focus on my response to flexibility to the change on the ground rather than the global landscape. And if there are some follow-up questions, then I will touch it on later on. Because the question about the adjusting is not really completely the right description of the World Bank program. And of course, and I don't want to give an impression that the World Bank is not flexible. But let me explain why. The first, the World Bank Sudan program is relatively new, and with the Samud Community Resilience Project and started in April 2024, exactly 1 year ago and from now, and with the kind support from STARS Trust Fund partners. And afterwards, the World Bank formulated 3 new projects in health, education, and social protection. So now, and in total, we have $308 million, and it's a total amount of the World Bank Finance project. So given the stage and the ages of this project, the World Bank has attempted to incorporate the most recent environment. And my second point is that the World Bank and the finance project are designed as a national project. And for example, the Samud Community Resilience Project is being implemented in 4 states, Northern, River Nile, Gujarat, and Kasara. But nevertheless, and when the conditions on the ground allows, and it is possible to adjust or expand the geographical targeting. So the flexibility mechanism is already built in and in the project design. And my third point is that the World Bank team, together with the third-party implementing agencies, have flexibility, especially to adjust geographical targeting. And for example, in our project appraisal document, includes a selection criteria for geographical targeting. And the actual the geographical targeting is it's stated in the project implementation manual. So that our team and together with the implementation partners have a lot of flexibility to adjust and based on the current engagement. But nevertheless, and it is very important to be flexible, and especially to support the people of Sudan. And I'd like to share a few more approaches and in addition to what I have just mentioned. So one is that time to time, and we keep introducing the system called the Geo-Enabling Initiative for Monitoring and Supervision, and we call it GEMS. And this is not just the mapping exercise, but we can put all the project sites into a single map and overlaying and with other information, such as the location of the IDP and also refugees. And so that we can make better targeting. And also, we have initiated technical assistance and analytical work. So on that, and once again, I'd like to thank STARS Transfund partners to agree to fund, to having funding and ongoing Sudan Welfare Monitoring System Survey and macroeconomic works. And we have several other technical assistance and analytical and works. So this would lay the foundations for our future programming and for better targeting. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, Yoichiro, thank you very much for also highlighting the importance of being flexible in these difficult times and the importance of data, targeting mechanisms, etc. Now let's come to you, Gabrielle. Cash is one important mechanism to deal with complex environment and to get to people. So can you let us know how the Cash Consortium of Sudan was formed? And also, how has it been contributing to mitigating the conflict challenges and contribute to improving lives in Sudan?
With pleasure. Thanks very much, Clemens. And I'll begin with appreciation to IFPRI again for convening this useful event. And also for the opportunity to contribute alongside colleagues who have slightly deeper pockets than I do, even if constrained. So I represent the Cash Consortium of Sudan and will offer a slightly different perspective, as of course we're not a donor in the same way as other colleagues on this panel are, but we do work very closely with multiple donor representatives. And I should note that we are kindly funded by FCDO, in addition to ECHO, who I don't believe are in the room today. For those that aren't familiar and to set the scene, the Cash Consortium of Sudan, or the CCS, is a partnership platform that's comprised of 20 NGOs, 8 international and 12 national. We've been working together for the last 22 months. So we started several months after the conflict broke out in Khartoum. And we really came together to build a vision that would be business as unusual. We wanted to offer a collaborative way of working that would deliver impact at scale, that would be done in partnership with conflict-affected populations, and really based on the spirit of being part of a larger effort to catalyze transformation in the way that we conceive of assistance in Sudan. Our core mandate is developing harmonized cash and markets assistance at scale. Last year, our partners reached over 830,000 people with cash transfers in various forms. That includes both household level assistance, as well as group cash transfers delivered to those local responders, ERRs, TKIAs, other CBOs, across all 18 states and all areas of control. In 2025, just to give you a sense, our ambition had been to scale to reach over 1.5 million people. Although with the current funding crisis, we only have the resources in our pipeline to reach 250,000. So also severely constrained. In terms of the way that we're contributing to conflict-affected Sudanese populations, I'll outline 4 areas of focus. Firstly, contributing at the community level by partnering with local responders in order to enable them with the resources that they need to address their community's most urgent needs. So as I've mentioned, and to give some specific detail on the local groups that we've supported, we've engaged with over 850 local responder groups nationwide, and have transferred over $10 million of assistance. This is flexible funding that enables communities to put forward what are their greatest priorities and to equip them with the resources to purchase the supplies that they need for communal kitchens, manage evacuations for their communities, et cetera, et cetera. These lists go on. And I think it's really important to emphasize that as Yoshiro had mentioned, the nature of flexibility, and as Felix had mentioned, the multi-sectoral emphasis that's really critical as well. Local responders, of course, are not bound by our international sectoral frameworks. So we're already hearing requests from local responders to move more into sustainable income generation or sustainable food production as well. And I think that's a really critical piece to emphasize in terms of just the human-centered approach that we need to be responsive to as this community. I'm sure that many of you know that these groups really relied significantly upon BHA. And over the last several months of the uncertain funding outlook there, we've heard reports that over 90% have actually closed. And as a number of people within the audience had noted, these groups were lifelines for their communities. It's these groups that have been able to operate in the most challenging areas across the country. It's these groups that were providing a meal a day for really populations in desperate situations. So just to really underscore the need for continued attention to the huge gap that's been left by the US's departure. And we've seen a number of donors step into this space, which of course is critically needed. I would emphasize that as additional donors do come into that space, we also need to be mindful that there are standards that have been established in partnership with those local responder groups about the way that we approach assistance in a way that doesn't add burden to the volunteer work that they're already doing in unthinkable circumstances. So just wanted to emphasize the importance of taking thoughtful approaches about how we adapt so that we're figuring out what's appropriate to support and work with them, not the other way around. In addition to that, our household level assistance focuses on multi-purpose cash. We've reached over 530,000 people in 15 states and have transferred nearly $40 million of assistance. This globally is a proven modality of assistance. We've seen growing use of it over the last decade, but now we're starting to see some plateauing and some concerning dynamics where, again, even though there's evidence for a room of researchers, I'm sure you'll appreciate there's evidence that backs up the efficacy of cash, but we're still seeing the resumption of these traditional paternalistic narratives that are questioning whether cash is an appropriate response modality, and specifically whether multi-purpose cash is an appropriate modality. So I think this is a key point for collective visibility and just continued advocacy around doing what the evidence says works. And in Sudan, what we see in terms of how people are using that cash, it's going to food, it's going to debt repayment to enable them, again, to maintain kind of social bonds in their communities. A lot of that would also be to support ongoing food consumption. It's going to health and medical costs as well. And I'm mindful of time, so I would just say two other quick points. We're also working to support the private sector and see this as a really essential complementary dimension of how we think about cash response, knowing that what we can do with cash is inherently constrained by what the status of the market environments are, and that we can improve the outcomes that people can achieve with cash if we're also being intentional about how we're engaging with the private sector and market actors in the areas that we're targeting. We've done a lot of analytical work on this, but what we see lagging is the funding, where we have these traditional silos between donors that have these more humanitarian focused mandates and those that have more development mandates. And I think it's been alluded to already. We see this partitioning of the country where there's a bias towards more of those development mandates focusing on investments in the East. We really do need to see greater activation of that support to enable the strategic and layered assistance in fragile areas in the West as well. And I know that we're short on time, so I'll close there.
Very good. Thank you so much for focusing on the importance of cash as an innovative way. This panel has been quite peaceful so far. At the same time, also like really brought out some of the elephants in the room. But I think we would like to engage all of you now a bit more. So please challenge us. Please introduce yourself, and please stick to around 1 minute to the point. Who would like to go first? Please go ahead.
1 minute. I'm Sid Ahmed. I will just add, I'll put a title. They say when you close doors, other doors open. And what is happening here is that these new doors, if you hear the UK, the German, the consortium, these are huge amount of doors, and Trump or anybody can close as much as they want. I think there is an opportunity from this situation. Experts can work on it in details, but a tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Next one. Behind you.
My name is Dina. Sorry, let me move it a bit. My name is Dina Barus from International Potato Center. My question goes to Gabriela on the cash payment, because I want to believe in the morning and even yesterday we talked about localizing. And so they get this cash and I believe they buy from the local producers. Is there any impact on building the local food production? Does it lead to expansion because there is then market for the producers to do so? Just wanted to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, and then Noreen.
Thank you very much. My question is for Gabriela. And so the first question is, how do you really identify, I mean, given the limited resources, which emergency rooms or takayas you should approach first, or which are doing worse off than the others, given that a lot of them are, well, some of them are quite reliant as well on remittances and, you know, support from family members in other regions or countries. So what's your identification mechanism? That's the first question. My second question is, given the currency change challenge that was happening over the past few months, how have you navigated that? And were there any interesting differential aspects that you saw? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Noreen, and then we take 2 or 3 more. Noreen, go ahead.
Is that working? I think so. Gabrielle, you're popular. I also have a question for you. So my name is Noreen Karachwal. I'm a research fellow at IFPRI, and my specialty is cash transfers, including some impact evaluations in fragile settings like Somalia. My question is about how you navigate the difficult situation on the ground, providing cash to people in the context of these warring factions who may have their own interests, and how you practically sort of navigate the distribution of the cash and how the actors involved sort of play a role in your work. Thanks.
All right, we have 3 questions for Gabrielle already. Do we have anyone else who would like to come in on any of the topics? Please go ahead.
Okay, let me get close. Hello, hi. My name is Isra Al-Azraq, and I'm a part of the SASAS project with CIMIT. I would like to ask Felix from KfW about their work with private sector. How are you guys identifying or vetting the private sector in Sudan? Because we've worked with private sector, and it was a difficult process identifying functional, operative, and present private sector in the country that are able to reach different parts of the country. So how are you identifying these active private sectors? Thank you.
Thank you. Then Wary, and then over to you and you. Yes.
Thanks, I'm Wary Omamo with IFPRI. Question for, I guess, Felix and Ed. On multi-year funding, Felix mentioned it as something that Germany or KfW seeks to promote. I'm curious about the degree to which that is something that you see continuing in the future, given what you were describing, and if the UK is also taking that approach.
Thank you. So we take 2 more, 1 here, and then there was 1 more somewhere. Okay, over there. Yes, please. 3 more. Okay.
Hello, this is Mutawakkil Awad from ACTS. My question is for Gabrielle. I would like to ask about how do you deal with the technical problems when it comes to the availability of liquidity and cash mobilization across the regions? And do you always use cash, or do you use, for instance, vouchers with vendors, and the dynamics of distribution? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Abdul Hafiz, consultant with IFPRI. This is not a question, it is a comment that about the practical mechanism of distribution of cash in this complex situation. We have a good experience with FAO in, when we distribute approaching cash for work for the small holders that drop out as the result of floods. FAO has the partnership with the private bank, Blue Nile Bank, and the Blue Nile Bank has a mobile bank with well-trained staff, and they have access to all locations in Sudan. I think this is good experience and can be scaled up for such well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last question for this round. Yeah, okay. All right, very good. Let me add 1 more to Yoichiro online. Which financing tools are available to bridge the gap between humanitarian response and the long-term development? And maybe that's also something for Felix. But let me give it back to the panel. We start with Gabrielle. A lot of questions on cash, exciting topic. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much for the questions and interest. So I think responding first to the question in terms of the interaction or possibility of linking more of the cash distributions and local production, I think this is one of the biggest priorities collectively for this room of people and beyond to continue focusing on about how we make this happen, because I think we've been talking about it for 2 years. We know that the opportunity is there. I actually would open this to the room, and maybe within the next round of questions, we could have some further feedback on if anyone does have examples of this to share. Murtada, we haven't met in person, but appreciated engagement at the end of last year, looking at analytical work that actually Duncan back in the corner there led on with a number of our partners to see if this surplus harvest in Kassala could be linked to humanitarian hotspots, and what incentives would market actors need to make those connections happen. Unfortunately, that work was derailed by the primary driver behind it was USAID. So of course that's dropped off at this point in time, but I think it's a great example of some of the initial evidence building that's needed and is needed much more systematically by both humanitarian actors and more development kind of agriculture focused partners as well. Then I think going, Hala, to your question, first on how we identify the Takayas or the ERRs, there are multiple methods that are in place on this. I think a summary is that some of the identification is happening directly through the LCC. And so those prioritized structures and that consultative body. We know that there are also many groups outside of the LCC. And so that's where more of the benefit of having a number of different partner organizations that have strong geographic presence in different locations as well to support in the identification of other community-based organizations with more of an inclusion lens. So those are, in summary, the two main channels that are in use at this point in time. There are also initiatives that are ongoing that, frankly, it's a shame that we're 2 years in and we don't have this system established yet, but I'm sure that it's also understood by many of you because of the level of sensitivity in how this assistance, what the potential implications for volunteers could be in some locations. So there are initiatives to bring together large-scale support mechanisms for the local responders, such as the Cash Consortium, such as the SHF, such as Proximity, to basically pool our reporting on which groups are we supporting, how could we have collective visibility to ensure that there is an inclusive and equitable approach and that there is not a duplication of targeting the same groups that's happening. Then on the currency change and the issues around liquidity that I think came through from both of you. So we did an analysis brief, I think in January, and that was circulated with some actors. If anyone is interested and hasn't received it, please let me know and we'd be happy to share. It really did look into what are the differential impacts of the economic crisis for different areas of the country and how that then should inform the way that we change our response approaches. Some of that has entailed a shift in the modalities of distributions. So when I say cash, I do mean it interchangeably. Our partners have flexibility and choice to determine what's the most appropriate. And this is maybe feeding into the next question on the sensitivity. But in doing initial community assessments to understand what are the most appropriate modalities? Is it cash in hand? Is it digital cash through BankAC? Is it digital vouchers? Interestingly, of course, we've seen kind of a reversal of old liquidity issues where previously they were the most acute in non-SAF controlled areas. But with the imposition of these new regulations around the new note, we've seen that the greatest acute needs are actually now in SAF held areas. So it's been quite interesting to track. And just to close, coming to this challenging question on just the level of analysis that's needed to inform conflict-sensitive approaches to cash in a setting like this. I think it's just something that we have to be honest about and acknowledge. Of course, there are huge concerns that are associated with it. But again, with the backdrop of a no regrets approach and the idea that any form of assistance that's ongoing in these environments will be subject to some level of engagement in the systems that are controlling these areas. So that's something that we're mindful of. We're trying to improve an understanding of what those contributions are. So we're in the process of finalizing a political economy analysis that we've done focused on cash and markets in partnership with the Rift Valley Institute that we hope will shed greater light on this. And a closing point of data is that we regularly ask participants if they feel safe through the distribution process. 98% of people have said yes, they do, and 93% of people prefer cash as opposed to in-kind assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's move on to Yoichiro online. Any points you would like to add?
Okay, thank you very much. Before responding, I'd like to check if I understand your question correctly, because you are asking about the financing tools. And when we refer to financing tool, this is a different mechanism of like lending, investment lending, and the budget support operation. But I assume that your question is about the financing envelope rather than tool. Do I understand it right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So let me proceed. The first of all, my point is that only focusing on and bridging the gap and filling the gap, and I don't think this is the best way to start this conversation, because everyone is constrained and not really easy to increasing in the financial envelope. So as a couple of panelists mentioned that and how better to use available resources, and I'd like to focus on that area. And especially from the World Bank side, and we are not on the humanitarian agencies. So this means that we don't have a lot of expertise and compared to other partners and the donors in terms of like a humanitarian assistance. But our expertise lies in development assistance and development activities. So let me start with this way. And now moving on to the resource envelope. So as you may know that World Bank and we have 3-year IDA cycle and starting in July 2025. And we haven't had any numbers yet and how much country allocation we would have for Sudan. We haven't get it yet. And it is coming in a few months' time. And also in theory, Sudan will be eligible for some, we call it special windows, such as a crisis response window. So this is like a potential financing envelope. And however, there are lots of competitions and across the different parts of the world. And Sudan, and we know there are a lot of demands on financing envelope, but also other countries the same. So there is a huge competition among different countries. So how to ensure that we get enough financing for Sudan? So I'd like to focusing on the implementation. So as I pointed out, now we have 4 active projects, $380 million, and we expect that of the board of directors will approve another $150 million for 2 projects. It's $500 million, which is a huge amount. But if this amount can bring the result and support to the people of Sudan depends on implementation. And if implementation is not happening and we don't have any impact, and also we are not able to justify the additional financing and from different financing sources. And for this purpose, and we are trying to broaden our operations options open, because our interest is the impact on the ground and how much funds will be reaching to beneficiaries. So you may have heard that, and we have expanded our operations option into some international NGOs and as an implementing partner or third-party implementing agencies of the World Bank Finance Project. And once again, our interest is how to bring the best value to the client. And also, I'd like to touch on the importance of monitoring and evaluation, because unless we know what is happening and what's going to happen, and because of our assistance, and we are not able to justify regardless of what's happening. So on this, we have to rely on implementing agencies and other partners because we don't have a field presence in Sudan. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoichiro. A lot of emphasis again on prioritizing evidence, collaboration, also the need for collaborating now even more than ever. Maybe over to you, Felix. Please feel free to take any questions.
Yes. Yeah, let me start with the question on the identification of private sector companies. So for the project, where we started was basically to look at the overall private sector in Sudan before the war, which was extremely centralized and sort of owned and tightly linked to military actors as well. And then with the start of the conflict, what we observed was that many small-scale businesses had to flee, particularly Khartoum, but they remained in country. And of course, they had their expertise, they have the local knowledge, they have the context on the ground, basically everything what we need. But what they lack is perhaps they lost their materials, they lost their input, they lost access to capital. So this is where we started. And we worked together with the Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund as our project partner, and locally with 249 startups, who's I think also on the panel in the next session. And we launched basically a call for proposals where small-scale companies could pitch their ideas or their business model to AECF and KfW. And we then had a very elaborate process of looking at the ideas that are on the table. We have a sort of thematic focus mainly on agriculture. And what we also looked at is perhaps possibilities of matching funds that the companies might be able to mobilize, also in terms of sustainability aspects. And we then, because I mean we still are a German bank, which is also internationally regulated, etc. So we had to put in another level of ensuring that these companies that we select do not have any ties to armed actors, etc. So this is an additional process that obviously slowed down the identification process a bit. But we have now identified and the first companies, they have received the cash as well as the sort of provisions that they needed to buy, and we're looking to expand this as well. I mean, one of the first companies, for example, just to give one reference, is a peanut producing company. So they received material inputs, seeds, etc. Now they will plant and harvest these peanuts. And sort of one idea or vision that we look at is how to then further work with the same company in, for example, working on IEGF production line again within Sudan. So producing products for the local market, which can be sold to everyone in the local market, but perhaps also being able to sell this to UN agencies that would otherwise need to procure internationally, but rather use this combination, supporting the local market on the one hand, but then also working closely through our partnerships that we have in other programs with the UN to incentivize them as well to look at what can be procured locally. Yeah.
Thank you, Felix. Ed, please.
Maybe if I take the first question on doors. Before I talk about doors, I just want to talk about bridges. One of the really sort of scandalous things I think that's happened in the past 2 or 3 years in Sudan is that we went from having a higher education system and academic community that was the envy of the region, right? I mean, Sudan has many prestigious academic institutions, and what I've seen is that the sort of squeezing out of that expertise for lots of complex and various reasons, in a way that doesn't enable that community to engage in the types of policy dialogue and debate that shape the current international finance going into Sudan. And I think we're all being too agreeable on this panel, so we need to be a bit disagreeable. One of the things that really concerns me, and I see this a lot, is the presence of multilateral finance institutions funding programmatic activities in Sudan. And what tends to happen is, you know, I won't name names, but, you know, you can imagine the types of international finance institutions that deliver work in Sudan, is they will contract a third-party implementing agency, and, you know, typically that tends to be a UN agency, and this is not the fault of the UN agency. But what then happens is you create these accountability vacuums and deficits. And at no point in that process of sort of originating the idea in the multilateral institution, developing the program proposal, writing the concept note, signing the contract with the third-party implementing agency, is there any kind of meaningful and sustained dialogue with experts in Sudan, Sudanese experts who have spent decades and decades thinking about these issues? And I think that's a really, really challenging issue, and something that I think could be relatively easily addressed by establishing, you know, formal or informal policy bridges and expertise advisory boards that can play a meaningful role in that process. Because I think my concern without that is we've seen, you know, the brain drain in the past 2 years, and what will happen is we will permanently lose those voices. Those extremely capable people will go and work on other countries, and we'll never get them back. So I do think as donors and multilaterals, we could do a much better job at engaging in meaningful dialogue. And just thinking outside of the box, you know, we're very good at orthodox approaches to development. We love it when we have a capable Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Welfare that we can engage with on big program development. But the history of Sudan sort of demonstrates that those orthodox approaches to development don't work, right? So I would like us in parallel to think about more engaging with the academic sector and civil society to really shape how we operate. Just in terms of the new doors, you know, I think research is good at a lot of things. It's not necessarily very good at quickly adapting to context. It's always described as an a la carte menu when you want a buffet lunch. Just reflecting on that last point, you know, it'd be really good if the sort of academic community, think tanks and institutes working on Sudan can reflect on some of the themes we're thinking about. And we need to radically, you know, sort of reimagine in terms of how we're doing development in Sudan, and for academia to really, really engage in those topics. And top of my mind are themes like deep localization that Gabby mentioned, you know, not tokenistic funding pass-through agreements, but deep localization to take an empowering and scalable approach to working with local organizations. Secondly, really embedding conflict sensitivity in everything we do, and taking an academic approach to that. Too often conflict sensitivity is an afterthought, and you fly in a conflict advisor and they'll tick a box for you. Thirdly, I think the sort of technological revolution is happening, whether or not we like it or not. Personally, I'm a skeptic of the positive impacts that could bring to a place like Sudan, but I would really like academia to be at the forefront of thinking about how to make sure we're taking an evidence-informed approach to the use of technology, for example, in the education sector. I think is something that people get really, really excited about, sometimes for good reason, but often without merit, and we need to back that up with evidence. And then finally, I just think, you know, people in that humanitarian research space, it's quite a niche area, but really lean into the types of sort of transformational ideas we need on reform. I was really struck by the food cluster coordinator who said that, you know, they're thinking of mobilizing 10% of their appeal this year. I mean, 10% is pretty stark, right? What can you do with 10% of your appeal? You need to work really, really differently, and we need the help of researchers to think about how we do that.
Yeah, thank you, Ed, for adding this very important point of deep localization. How can we work more with partners now to ensure their capacity over time and not lose it? Felix wanted to add something real quick, then we'll have one more round before we wrap up.
You know, I think I just wanted to answer the question on multi-year funding and if that is going to continue. I mean, I think it's very hard to predict how it will play out. From KfW's perspective, I think we will definitely continue when we look at new projects to design them in a way that they have this multi-year structure. And also looking at sort of a minimum size that we plan with, but obviously with shrinking households that will then translate into simply less programming. But just from the programmatic perspective, we really believe in this long-term approach. Also, if we want to look at achieving results that can sort of be sustainable and also continue after the actual project period, that's something that we want to continue.
Excellent. Look, we want to get out of this room with something tangible. So before we go to the next round, I would like you guys on the panel to think about collaboration. What are some of the new ways how we can collaborate in the new environment? And Ed started with making, I think, an excellent point, collaboration more with local partners in Sudan. What could be other ways to think out of the box here? Data evidence and the new technology. What would be some of the things that you guys would be expecting from this room full of smart researchers, NGOs, etc.? What sort of data, what sort of evidence would you be looking for to help you in the tough process of prioritizing shrinking budgets? Before we get to that, maybe I'd like to take 2 or 3 or 4 more questions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please go ahead.
The work at exploring the financing for digital aid or for communal service provision, the term we use in the service provision. And in some of our work, we have to focus, of course, on the productive activities that are done by some of the grassroots organizations, how else will you have to send the financing? And in some of the findings show negative actually that came out of collaboration between the model and the data. For example, there are areas where we found that there were some productive activities that are being done by the schools and people are working on not directly financing their activities, but providing more income for their through collaboration with the INGO, the project has to become more bureaucratized in a way, that the checkboxes and the framework of the international model. Also, we found where countries where structures of general assembly that actually provided real accountability projects were replaced with higher monitoring, higher monitoring and reporting to the INGO. A lot of practice that eventually ended up with turning what was a successful model into something that was closer to the previous model that already there and cultural initially. So I would just like to hear some of your input on what the teaching stuff is done. How can we not turn this new system model into the same thing?
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
But we are heading to near future towards more confirmation in territorial partition Sudan, with each having their own financial system and economy that dealing. So what kind of system that would, for example, for programs for cash transfers or supporting the ground or essential services. So this is the one level. Second level, the difference that we provide create reconstruction, damage that the war has created. There are already plans emerging of sort of Marshall plans involving Arab Gulf traditional donors such as Kuwait has been named, Saudi Arabia has made such an effort, working with the authorities of the day, that is to say the corporate holdings of the Sudan Armed Forces with Egyptian army companies as implementers in one scenario for large scale reconstruction and so on. So for independent international funding of reconstruction, what are the safeguards that could be put in place now? What are the level of cooperation to ensure that international contributions by international financial institutions or donor countries or multilateral financial institutions could go to the purposes that they are intended for and not to strengthen a conflict actor? Thank you.
All right, and one more, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
Thank you. I'm Basil from the Conflict Sensitivity Facility. Yeah, Dr. Suleiman and Ed have touched on some of the points I wanted to ask, but just to rephrase them a little bit. I think firstly, I was reflecting kind of on this panel, and with all due respect to the panel, it's a broader thing. What do we mean by a donor now these days, right? And I think Ed's kind of, pyramid is a good way to kind of lead into that. And the last few years has become a kind of a gray area of how we define a donor, both in terms of international donors with foundations, what we might frame as non-traditional donors, and it's important to kind of unpack that, especially when we speak of a value system or kind of rules or kind of how it works, irrespective of people's opinions on that. But also, secondly, in the context of Sudan, there is a hierarchy in terms of how aid is delivered, whether that's linked to this pass-through model, whether that's linked to mandates and operating models of agencies right now. With the USAID drawdown, many local responders didn't even realize or know that their money was coming from USAID. And when you link that to agency, when you link that to true localization around inclusion, decision-making, and so on, that leaves some questions to be asked. But my 2 points, and building on Dr. Suleiman's last point, there is a legacy, and to be frank, of kind of resentment for many Sudanese during the transitional period towards the international community and the IFIs in particular, in this feeling of kind of abandonment and maybe too much carrot and not enough stick. When we're talking about the restructures that were happening, we're talking about this feeling of being abandonment and the kind of imposition of certain approaches. And so now, as we're transitioning to this period where there's a clear rhetoric around rebuilding, building as Dr. Suleiman's point is what safeguards and what processes are in place, particularly for the IFI, so Felix and Yashiro, in terms of being clear about what the IFIs are contributing to rebuilding and whether it's in line with the vision of the Sudanese. And then my second question is just to Ed specifically, and you have alluded to this, in the changing environment globally, and I think we all have collectively as an aid sector in Sudan struggled. It is a difficult operating environment. We have struggled to respond. So what would you like to see more in terms of a shift? So he talks about this kind of more localization and shifting from a straight driven approach, but building on this theme of business as unusual, what would you like to see more?
Wonderful, thank you. I think there was one very last question from you. Yes, please.
Thanks. My name is Radhika. I'm from the Alliance of Biodiversity and CIAT, the CG Center. My question is to Felix. You had mentioned that it was really important to continue supporting institutions that were still running, and especially local governments on the ground. So I was just wondering what kind of support you provide and what kind of support you think would be valuable, looking towards the future as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very good. So now back to our panel. We have about 15 more minutes. Could you please pick any question that you feel like is most relevant for you, longer term bureaucracy, all sorts of things, and then maybe highlight one new idea for collaboration and one sort of wish in terms of data and research that could help you to prioritize. And let's start with Gabrielle.
Okay.
Ladies first.
Thanks very much. So I think I'll just respond quickly to this point on the dangers of how the international community engages with mutual aid. And I think that it's a really key point for all of us to have at the top of our minds, and is something that we've tried to be guided on in terms of the risks of what not to do, in terms of how we shape standards within our partnership and how we've ensured that those standards are really rooted in the recommendations of the volunteers themselves, and that's our primary reference point, and that we are accountable partners in cutting out the rest of it and advocating with others who would impose additional requirements, but that's not appropriate for what the spirit and nature of these groups are. And I think that this actually leads to one of the opportunities for greater collaboration and also an area of research, which is really, we know that mutual aid needs further support, but there's inherently a risk to it if we see this crowding in of multiple international actors that are associated with their traditional mandates and ways of working and are not responsive to a different model that follows what the mutual aid actors themselves are putting forward. So I think our collaboration standard as the international community should be to leverage the work that has already been done that follows the guidance of the mutual aid actors so that that is scaled up, not 1,000 different models that are complicated for different groups to manage. And the research piece that's associated to that is one that we're starting to work on through the consortium, and I'm sure that many other actors are working on aspects of this as well. So if there are touch points here, I'd love to hear them afterwards, but really looking at how can we produce a compelling evidence base around what are the impacts of those mutual aid actors over time, and how can that evidence also be a key part of the storytelling to generate additional support. We've heard from a number of donors over time that the outcomes aren't the same as what we're traditionally used to seeing across kind of different sectors. You know, what's the food security outcome? Can we measure it in a traditional way? No, that's not the point. So really, again, being led by local actors in terms of how they understand the outcomes, what their recommendations are, how it can be an iterative process to how we can really harness that story to drive more support for that assistance as well. And then I'll just close in terms of another collaboration opportunity that we're really excited about within the consortium partnership, which is beyond the programming that we're doing, more of a focus on subnational coordination through area-based coordination and common service delivery. So this is about how can we work together across the ecosystem in a more effective way? This includes private sector, it includes civil society groups where possible, and how can we have more hubs that are focused on coherence with service mapping, referrals, capacity support, as well, more operational dimensions that often trip some actors up. So this is a growth space for us and one that we'd be really happy to collaborate with other actors on. It's starting with a focus on most of the Darfur states. And then maybe a challenge or area where further collaboration really is needed is around how can we work more quickly to scale what works. We have evidence on what works in this context, but we're still seeing a bit of a lag time to scaled investment in it. We're still having issues with understanding how to convene different donor mandates and different actors in this setting that's so fragile and complex. How can we think about convening differently, and how can we see more actors step up to take on a responsibility that they may not directly see as theirs? And then how as donors can there also be greater incentives and maybe accountability to ensure that actors are collaborating more effectively in a resource scarce environment?
Some tough questions thrown in there. I'm going to try on the reconstruction question before Basil's question. I think that's really, really difficult. I mean, your sort of intuitive reaction is don't do it, don't engage, because the underlying conditions are not in the right place to embark on a big reconstruction and recovery process at the moment. But I don't really think that that's an option if you look at the broader context of emerging donors and non-traditional donors who are already engaged in that space. And you mentioned Kuwait, it could be the Egyptians, Qatar or Saudi. That stuff is going to happen whether or not traditional donors want to engage or not. And I hope that if there is a consensus amongst like-minded donors to work on that agenda, that firstly, we've adequately captured the lessons learned from 2019 to 2021, when we saw a huge influx of engagement from the international community. Secondly, that we think about phases of reconstruction, and that doesn't necessarily mean starting with the upfront capital for physical reconstruction. It's about repairing people's lives and livelihoods. And I think you know, I'm a big proponent of the role of cash assistance and cash transfers in that kind of mindset to create the enabling conditions at the local level to allow people with dignity to start planning their own livelihoods. And then thirdly, whatever we need to do needs to be radically more equitable than it has been before. And it cannot be reinforcing the center and periphery dynamics that have haunted previous ways of international engagement in Sudan. Basil, I don't know how to answer your question. I think if there was one thing that I would find helpful is donors leading the way or doing something to establish accountability loops and feedback loops between international finance and local experts. Because what I see at the moment is a really awkward outsourcing of responsibility, where the UK has its own policy on non-recognition of the de facto authorities, but that then is outsourced to UN agencies to pick it up in Port Sudan and operate in a typically orthodox way. And in that process, there is no engagement with the types of civilian actors or academic experts that I previously spoke about. So I'd love it if we could be a bit more innovative on establishing those mechanisms and checks and balances systematically across all of the multilateral funding that goes into Sudan. And when I say multilateral funding, by the way, I'm not just talking about the World Bank. That involves Gavi, the Global Fund in the health sector. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars there. It involves GPE and ECW in the education sector, and lots of other initiatives. So, it's pretty scalable assistance that we need to find a way of delivering more effectively in Sudan.
There was this question on what kind of support to local structures we still continue. So I think abroad, the multi-sectoral sphere that we're looking at is, for example, in the health sector, continue working with health frontline workers to keep them in their jobs and still procure vaccines, etc. Or in the WASH sector, still working with state structures then that can play a role, for example, in drilling, etc. So really looking at preserving what we still have. And I think I want to also link that to the question of reconstruction, etc. I think we as KfW are probably also a very small institution that cannot play a major role in the full reconstruction, but that's also one of the reasons I think why we put that much emphasis now on working with structures and actors that can play a role in sustaining structures, so that we don't even need to reconstruct them at the end of the conflict. And speaking of risk, I think also the reason why we focus so much on small and medium scale companies, because we believe we need to sustain them and keep them up and running, so that they can continue playing a role at the end of the conflict, and perhaps that's probably a hope more independent from larger conglomerates compared to before the conflict. Yeah.
Thank you. And we have Yoichiro, please.
Thank you very much. And a lot of which has been already covered, and I'd like to touch a few more points on that. And as I keep mentioning, enhancing the collaboration with both international and local NGO is very critical. And from the World Bank and direct financing to international NGO is, so I would say, experimental. This is even the World Bank and the first experience and in the world. So we will have to take a look at the pros and cons of this approach, and this is important. And also the second point that I'd like to make is on how to work with the private sector. We are now formulating a new project and focusing on access to energy and digital connectivity, and trying to actively engage with the private sector, because this is very important. And the third point about the new way of collaboration, to me, and one of the best examples to us, and as an administrator of the STARS Trust Fund, is the collaboration under the STARS Trust Fund. I'm really thankful to Felix and Ed from KfW and UK FCDO. And the part of the success factor is the active participation and from the partners. But with that, and what I'd like to encourage is that, we can make like a critical reviews of what kind of collaboration mechanism is working and not working. So otherwise, on my calendar, every week I see maybe 20 or 30 collaboration meeting, and like it not, I'm not able to respond and all the requests on collaboration. So I think that the critical review is important. Let me stop here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I hope you all agree that was a great panel. We are all pretty humble given the huge challenges that we are all facing, global and of course, most importantly in Sudan. There are a lot of new players, other players that are not here in the room, but we all agree that collaboration is the key with local partners, also private sector and others. There are a lot of things we can do though, and I think this was a great start, and we hope to continue the discussion and the collaboration with all the great minds in this room and beyond. Now, one way to continue the discussion is over lunch, and I'm happy to let you know that the lunch will be served on the first floor, same place as yesterday. There will be people outside to show you the way. And there's also meal cards that you can please collect when you exit the room. So let's please give a huge round of applause to our panel, and thank you all for your great comments.
It's a lot of interest. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of research is improving where these challenges are. Yeah. So on that side, I mean, they go from the radically high percent of many of us, radically different legal environment, safeguarding environment that means they're in a different track. Then in the humanitarian plans, it's really difficult to pin them down. It's like they say they want a dialogue, not just, some in the past we've shared programs with co-finance, so they don't want that. You want a strategic discussion with it. I mean, they don't really engage in that. I believe then they'll come in and say, "Oh, surprise, here's 20 million." It's the case study, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Now, we're not sure. Next time. Well, they do.
Invite them, but you as a potential speaker, invite them and join the discussion. It's of course possible, but it's not everything. Approach them. I think we are still freelancing here.
Yeah, particularly given, I mean, in Sudan, their interests are in the agriculture sector. It's really good. It's the second biggest.
I guess, yes.
Thanks, James. Yeah. Some work on Somalia. Yeah.
ليس العدو إلى الدول المانحة منها هي الأمم المتحدة أمريكا
Hi, everyone. Can I please ask you to head downstairs for lunch and be back at the top of the hour, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not.
Renaissance.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us settle down. We need to start our last session. Please take your seats, take your seats, take your seats.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yep, it's working. No worries. Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. Hearing some very positive feedback about the lunch. I think everyone enjoyed the lunch today. So, I'm Ambassador Falla. I work at the Conflict Sensitivity Facility, and I have the pleasure of moderating this panel today. We've discussed a lot today in terms of the practice, the operational implications, priorities, and processes. We see the last session, donor perspective. And I think there have been a few underlying themes in the last day and a half. And one topic that keeps coming up again and again is the private sector. What do we mean by the private sector? How do we define the private sector? How do we engage the private sector? What are the coping strategies? What are their priorities? What would they like to see from us? So we have this fantastic panel today. Firstly, we have Mr. Ammar Ibrahim from the Renaissance Center. To confirm that he's online, please. Also online, we have Mohammed Al-Nasser Al-Sayed, who is the CEO of Al-Sayed Mills. Also online, we have Mr. Brian De Silva, who's an advisor to SASAS, Simyat. Hello, Brian. And then in the room, so it's not just me on the panel here, we have Khansan Haj, who is a managing partner at 249 Startups. And we also have Muzan Neil, who's a researcher at Instanat Research Center. Wonderful, thank you for joining me. Okay, we're going to start off with Ammar, who's going to share with us a presentation on the state of agro-industries in the Greater Khartoum State. Ammar, please feel free.
Thank you, Basit. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a great opportunity for me to share this presentation with you on the impact of the impact of the current conflict on the agro-industrial sector in Khartoum State, in Greater Khartoum State. This assessment was implemented by Renaissance Center for Development and Capacity Building. It is a consultancy firm which is based in Kampala, and we implemented this project with our sister company firm in Sudan, which is MFIC, for consultancy and training and capacity building. So let's start with the first slide, the state of agro-industries in Greater Khartoum State. Next, please. So on April 15th, 2025, as all of us know, that severe armed conflict has erupted in Khartoum State, and then later it spread to Al Jazeera, Sinnar, Darfur states, and in a less intense effect in Kordofan, Blue Nile, and White Nile states. Of course, there is many casualties and damages has happened in all these states and other states, in addition to the economic and social impact of this armed conflict in Sudan as general. So here there is some numbers regarding to these causalities and the damages, but I will skip it because I'm sure that all of you, they knows about this information. But the most important thing that Khartoum and Al Jazeera states together, the number of the population, the proportion of the population is estimated at 31 to 35% of the total population in Sudan. And a considerable number of this population now has been displaced and forced to leave these two states. And the majority of these residents of Khartoum and Al Jazeera, they rely very much on wheat flour and edible oil in their food habits. So with regard to the bread, the majority or almost the total of wheat flour is actually processed inside Sudan, and especially in Khartoum state and Al Jazeera state. This is before the eruption of the conflict, but nowadays a significant proportion of these wheat flour is imported from outside. This factor, in addition to other factors, resulted in a sharp rise in the prices of bread all over Sudan. For example, before the conflict, the piece of bread at a weight of 100 or between 100 and 120 grams was costing 15 Sudanese pounds, but nowadays the price of the bread has risen to 125 to 142 Sudanese pounds on a less weight, which is 18 to 100 grams. Next, please. So with regard to the edible oil, before the conflict, Sudan has about 215 oilseed processing units, varied between large industrial facilities and small mills. These facilities produced about 15 to 16% of the domestic consumption of edible oil in Sudan. And in the first table, we can see the numbers and the gaps in the oil production and the domestic consumption here in the first row, and the numbers of imported oils during the years 2021, 2022, and 2023. The edible oil prices, the same as the wheat flour, has significantly rises. For example, the sesame oil, the price of the liter before the conflict was 1,100 Sudanese pounds. Now it becomes 2,100 ground nut oil. From 1,000, it jumped to 6,400, and the sunflower jumped from 1,200 to 4,850, and the cottonseed oils from 1,150 to 4,500. Next, please. So now the objective of the study, the overall objective of the study is to assess the effect of the ongoing armed conflict on the agro-industry sector in Greater Khartoum State, with special consideration to Khartoum North industrial area in Bahri, which a significant number of flour mills and edible oils are located there. The specific objectives are to evaluate the flour mill sector in Khartoum North industrial area, and also to assess the edible oil industrial plants in Khartoum North and Soba industrial areas, and to explore the connection between the socio-economic and humanitarian condition resulting from the ongoing conflict. Next, please. So the methodology. The methodology, we depend on 4 methods. First, we took satellite image for the main industrial areas under this study to have an idea about the different types of damage and also how easy we can enter and go to these industrial facilities. Then a technical questionnaire is circulated among industrial facilities owners to know about the losses that they had as a result of this conflict, focusing on the financial losses and their losses in raw material and operational inventories and operational equipments like vehicles, cars, and spare parts, and etc. Then a site visit was implemented to these factories under the study, and also key informant interview has been done targeting the management of these factories and key figures in the governmental sector relevant to this area. The size of the factories targeted in this study is 4 wheat flour mills and 9 edible oil factories and 1 packing material factory. Next, please. So the data analysis.
Sorry, just before you go into the analysis.
The analysis of the data follows.
3 minutes left, Ammar, so if you can just speed up. Sorry. 5 minutes left. Sorry.
So the analysis of the data follows a pattern that divided the losses and damages in 2 main components. The first component is the operational inventory, operational equipment, and financial losses. And the other component is the infrastructure damage, which divided in damages in machinery, operational machineries in these factories, and also the damages in buildings. Next, please. Okay, with regard to the overall damages assessed in this study, the total number of damages in the industrial facilities under this study was estimated are 432 million US dollars, which divided into 2 components. 91% is within the inventory, equipment, and financial losses, and 8.5% which within the infrastructure damage. And you can see the numbers on the slide. Around $390 million was the inventory, equipment, and financial losses, and around $36 million is within the infrastructure damage. Next, please. So, comparing the damage and the losses assessed on the three sectors, on wet floor sector, 78% of the losses was within the inventory, equipment, and financial losses. 13% was infrastructure damage, which means building and machinery. In edible oil, 97% was financial and inventory losses, and 3% is an infrastructure damage, while in the packing material, around 52% is within the building and infrastructure and machinery, and 48% is within the inventory, equipment, and financial losses. Next, please. The analysis of the wheat floor sector. The study found that 67% of the damages was within the financial losses, which is inventory, as I said, operational equipments, and financial losses. About 19% is in the area of the operational material losses, and 14% is within the operational equipment, which is cars, trucks, spare parts, and etc. So financial losses constitute 67%, and the financial losses we mean is all the financial aspect related to the financial issues in these factories, while the material losses is focusing on the raw material losses, losses in raw material, losses in final material, and the packing material. Next, please. So when we came to the infrastructure damage, we found that 97% of the damages is within the building, while the damage in machinery in these factories constitute 21% of the damage. Next.
Ammar, you have 1 minute left, so we'll come back to you.
I have only 1 minute? Sorry, so I will be quick. I will be quick. So these are the types of damages. And as we can see in the slide, that the electric system losses is the main type of damage happening. Next, please. Here are the results within the edible oil sector. 91% is a damage in machinery, and 9% is a damage in building. Next, please. Here as well, the same as in wheat floor factories, the damage within the electricity systems is the highest type of damage. Next. Within the packing material, the losses within the financial losses is 57%, while in equipment is 20%, and the operational material losses is 23%. The losses in machinery constitute 67%, and the building 33%. Next, please.
Ammar, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. We'll come back to you, and the presentations will be shared, but I hope from the colleagues that the report will also be shared if possible as well. Thank you, Ammar. Mohammed, maybe if I can you, Ammar's created a big picture in terms of the impact on your sector. So if you can share, what coping mechanisms and adaptation strategies your firm and others alike have utilized since the crisis.
Hello, everyone. Mohammed Al Nasser, stayed with you. Thanks for having me for this conference. I represent one of the players in the food supply chain, which is the flour mill. Thanks, Dr. Ammar, for the presentation and everyone. You asked about the coping mechanism. Definitely doing business in Sudan, for the last maybe 10 years, businesses need to mitigate the uncertainty of supply chains, of exchange rate. They develop mitigation strategies to overcome this. But a sudden collapse, lots of people were not able to articulate it. So it was a new experience. Khartoum North Industrial Area is the most perfect industrial area in Sudan for many reasons, but most of the industries were concentrated on that area, and our setup was at that area. The total collapse of everything gave us not lots of thoughts, but definitely being in the market for the last 30 years was and having setups over there and brand name to sustain. It pushed us to go to adapt. Some companies in general have another locations. Definitely, they focused more on the other production setups that are outside of Khartoum. We, as a flour mill, we went to after a while, after 1 month, we started a trade from a neighboring country. We did the trade contract manufacturing in Egypt and supplied the market with our brands. It's more like a trade setup. At a later stage, in October, we relocated our setups to a Jazeera state, to Madani city, and in October we had a functional setup in Jazeera. But unfortunately, in December 2023, it collapsed for the second time. So then, our approach was a bit shy, with a low risk. Mainly, it was the trade initiatives. Some other players, as you may know now, the financial capacities of the whole players have been weakened. In 2024, shy investment have went into the Red Sea state and the Nile state, while other with a good financial position, they invested some, not all of the players on the field. But the main issue that we were successful with was to maintain, initially, was to get our staff and expats to the safe locations, and also to maintain as much as possible our staff for the going for these challenges. That's it.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think it's interesting you framing kind of the high risk and low risk approach and the geographical distinctions there. Maybe if you can just share kind of from a private sector perspective, what you feel are the most pressing needs for business resumption or continuity, in the current context in Sudan?
Thank you. As I told you, we have lots of incentives to reoperate. We are a Sudanese company, and definitely we want to contribute to Sudan. We have been operating on this field for the last 30 years. The second thing, we have assets, lots of assets, on this field. As I told you, to maintain this 30 years presence, and also the demand will be picking up. All of these are incentives to reoperate. As I told you, historically, mitigation strategies we're using for this Sudan environment ended up by being a self-sustained entity. For example, in Sudan, you need to have your power generators, you need to have your water supply, you need to have to sustain the system regardless of the environment variables. And the most effective strategy was in Sudan to mitigate the supply chain issues and the changing policies, regulations, was all of these factories were building inventories. This was a working strategy. This is why, as Dr. Ammar have reported, inventory losses were huge. And inventory itself was a safe commodity for the fluctuation of the exchange rate. This is why all of the factories, they just build inventories. But all of these mitigation strategies were nothing when the war started. Everything was over. So the priority is security.
Thank you, Mohammed. Maybe just one.
No. I have another couple of points, please. Let me. And the other thing is the energy. Now we are calculating our cost structures in Sudan. Now there is no power. We calculated how much is going to cost us to mill 1 ton of wheat with the standby generators with the diesel at $1.2 per liter. It's going to cost us about $35 to $40 per 1 metric ton of wheat. That roughly is about 10% in the cost structure. Going to a neighboring country, the same ton of wheat is going to cost you about $7 to $9 per ton, which is 2.5% of the cost. That's a difference of 7.5%. Today, every industry that will go back is going to help 7.5%, depends on the industry definitely, but in the wheat milling, you are going to get 7.5% cost. So this is the energy. The third thing, commitment from all bodies to get the ball going. And definitely the most important thing is the credit lines. Most of these factories will be opening the line with a negative position, negative financial position, outstanding amounts. They have collaterals that already committed to loans that are not payable. As Dr. Ammar have shown, I don't know if you have seen it, but as you can see, production inventory, production infrastructure constitute roughly about 50% of the losses. And historically, due to Sudan environment, you can see the contribution of the industrial sector in Sudan GDP is declining. It's estimated, I think, at 5% now, but although it's employing 14% of Sudanese people, this industry mainly in big cities, Khartoum, whatever. This is way of the jobs offers on this city. So yeah, and we need this ball going as soon as possible. And this is the four points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, maybe I could come over to you. Mohammed's painted, a picture in terms of some of the challenges facing the private sector in Sudan and the difficult position they start off with. Maybe from your work, you can share kind of any lessons from previous conflicts or similar contexts in Africa and in the broader region.
You want me to share experiences from other sectors?
For Brian, we'll come back to you, Mohammed. Shukran.
For Brian, okay, sorry.
Okay, well, I decided to change what I was going to say. First, if you look at the last 45 years of the region, there have been very few years when we haven't had conflict. And specifically, when you look at the Sudan's, probably during the CPA time, 2005 to 2011, we had a relative peace, but we still had Darfur going on. So the region has a lot of experience in dealing with conflicts. Now, when I talk to the region, I mean beyond Sudan, including Ethiopia, Eritrea, Rwanda, Uganda. But let me focus first just on the Sudan's. What is it that we can see previous conflicts and also the current conflict? I'm sure you all have discussed quite a bit in terms of the current conflict, the nature of it, and the significance of it. But we have to also look at what can be done. So I have 4 points that I would like to mention, and then I want to give 2 examples, one from South Sudan and one from the current conflict. My first point is that we should not wait till the conflict stops to initiate agricultural production and food security activities. We should do it even in the middle of a conflict, because there are areas which are secure and stable. It is up to us to, as implementers and thinkers and doers, to do that. And I'll give you an example in a minute. My second point is that we have to challenge the status quo. There are too many times when we tend to just go along with the status quo. It's only some of the humanitarian organizations that really step up to the plate to challenge the status quo. And I think this would also be a point I would make to IFPRI. Third is the role of the private sector. I mean, the private sector can be defined in so many different ways. Individuals, SMEs, large scale. I personally have worked with Nasser both during the Hamdok era and also post-conflict. And I think we can learn a lot from people like Nasser, but also other individuals that I will talk about later on. Fifth, we need the development partners to be risk takers, especially now when we don't have something called USAID. I mean, that is gone. And so we have to say, okay, who is going to be a risk taker in terms of trying to support some of these initiatives? Let me give 2 examples in terms of one from South Sudan and one from Sudan, in terms of how one can go about doing things, both of which I was involved in. In the South Sudan case, I'll go back a little bit in time, and maybe there are some people there like Jason Mattels who will remember this, but others might be not have paid much attention to the situation. In the mid-90s, as the SPLA took over Western Equatoria, there was an area of stability, what we call stability, and that we were able to go in there and actually assist in the transition. When we first got there as USAID, the people from Western Equatoria were in Congo. but we knew that Western Equatoria was very productive and very quickly they could be growing their own food. So we provide them with seeds and tools and said, at harvest time, you're going to come back and buy your harvest, but give you in not cash, but barter items like bicycle spare parts, gumboots, mosquito nets. And I was there for the first harvest that came in, and people walked 10 kilometers with the maize on their head at 3 in the morning to come and exchange that. What we saw over a period of time was that that whole experience shifted from being no one producing anything to a barter economy, and within 3 years to a cash economy where, you know, dollars and other currencies were, I mean, there's more to it, but the issue was as you have stability, you can do more. And that continued in many ways, supporting the transition from war to peace, you might say, in South Sudan. Unfortunately, in 2013, all hell broke loose, and it's only getting worse in South Sudan, not better. My next example is really something from more immediate, and that is from Sudan. I do not know how much you all have talked about the SASAS project, but I see you have people like Abdul Rahman and Mutada there who are really key individuals in this. So the SASAS project started in 2022 when USAID gave 60 million towards agriculture in Sudan. That was the largest investment in agricultural development that USAID made in Sudan since 1989, when we had to shut down the USAID mission there because of the coup. And I was part of that mission, so I know the history. The SASAS project was innovative in the sense it included implementation through CIMMYT, other CGIAR centers, and NGOs. But of course, as you all know, the war sort of not killed it, but really dampened it, and then the refocus and repivoting of it was necessary. What I wanted to talk about is under SASAS, what was done in the last season, which was in the 2024-2025 season. I remember discussing with Murtada and Abdul Rahman that we needed to be more directly involved in agricultural production. And through the leadership of Murtada and AR, SASAS came up with what's called 4 food security initiatives, where CIMMYT directly contracted with the private sector to provide inputs and services in New Halfa for both the summer and winter season. So over 60,000 farmers grew sorghum, and 40,000 grew groundnuts. And during the winter now, I think in New Halfa, there's 5,000 fedans of sunflower. That direct contracting of the private sector by CIMMYT showed the capacity of the private sector to deliver services to the farmers. Yes, it was subsidized by 80%, but we also realized that farmers did not have any cash. So that really had a major impact on localized agricultural production, generating surpluses in Kassala state. The second initiative was related to the livestock vaccination program. I do not know Murtada has talked about it, but through SASAS, over 6 to 7 million doses of livestock vaccine were manufactured in Ethiopia and brought into the country. And they utilized the existing chain, the refrigeration cold chain, to get the vaccines delivered, and they can tell you all about how they managed it. The third one is the potato and sweet potato here. Yeah, I'm nearly finished. Have some patience. where the potatoes and sweet potatoes, the sweet potatoes in Blue Nile State and the potatoes in Nile and the Northern State. Now, those potato seeds which are being produced are destined for Darfur, and the private sector is doing that. So there is a lot that is happening on the SASAs that people can learn about. My last pitch is to the international community is to not to sit back, but to act. We are very close to the start of the summer season, and given what's happening in Sudan today, from Zamzam to the Dayin to Wad Madani, we do not have time to sit, and we need to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for sharing those insights. And it sticks with me kind of what you're saying about not being part of the status quo. So maybe we can come back onto kind of what that means from a private sector perspective later on. Maybe Khansa, I can come to you. You know, we've heard today, we often hear that SMEs are the engine of the private sector, of the economy. And I think it was quite stark hearing the colleague from KfW earlier in terms of how they've shifted and tried to work with SMEs more. And there's been a seismic shift in the last 2 years in terms of how aid engages, not only local responders, but also SMEs. So I'm keen to hear from you how 249 startups have been navigating during the conflict and the startup environment more broadly.
Thank you so much, but maybe I should tell a little bit about 249 Startup. I don't know if you hear about 249 Startup before, but 249 Startup is a social enterprise founded by entrepreneurs with the aim of supporting other entrepreneurs to pursue their entrepreneurial careers, not only to find their income generation, not only succeed in doing business in the market, but also finding solutions to social development and other challenges. 249 Startup, similar to all other private sector, have lost everything during the conflict, but now 2 years ahead, I guess we grew actually. We not only survived, we have 4 offices in Sudan, business hubs operating. We have 2 production centers. We managed to support plus 500 SMEs. We managed to unlock plus 20 million finance to private sector. And we managed to also create and support through our entrepreneurs more than 2,000 jobs. And we did this only because we decided to stay in the country. We haven't stopped, not even one single day. Even during, the very early first days during the conflict in Khartoum, we were connected to our entrepreneurs. We kept our channels live. We managed to, connect entrepreneurs with other entrepreneurs, people we know in the other states. We have cases where entrepreneurs in cities hosted entrepreneurs in Khartoum, not only in their houses, but also in their premises. So they help them also to re-sustain, re-survive, and re-operate their business in the States. Of course, one of the key strategies that helped us, to continue and survive during this challenging time is we decided to decentralize our approach. We were focusing only on Khartoum and Niala before the war, but now we are actually active from east all the way to Niala and Al Fasher. We have entrepreneurs from all around the country supporting them through a hybrid and adaptive learning model. But we also support our entrepreneurs through an ecosystem approach where we provide data insights about the market. So we have an active team, continue update our market insights to develop business models, develop business opportunities, lead our support, but also leads, enlighten entrepreneurs how to pursue in the market. We also provide training activities and capacity building. As you know, the whole ecosystem, collapsed. We lost, as one of the speakers yesterday said, there is a lost generation, but we also lost most of the talents and professionals in the country, and that was a big, challenge for us and for our entrepreneurs. We also managed to unlock flexible financing model, I would say, where we have different finance instruments from loans to revenue share, finance to investment and grants. And thanks to our donors like KfW, for example, they were very flexible and very supportive to continue, support private sector in Sudan, to challenge them first, of course. I know You've heard about the SME catalyzers, and they will tell you the application is difficult. It's not difficult. It's only because the partners want to make sure that the private sector will not be donor-driven, just to say this. And we've seen how the humanitarian, I wouldn't blame the humanitarian. We're very grateful to them, and we continue supporting them and help them to continue doing what they're doing. But sometimes the negative impact of the humanitarian approach is to prevent people from being productive, right, and resilient, and so on. So we continue through the finance and the support activities that we provide to make sure that the local resources are unleashed first before we tap in to other donors, for example, and public funds. And we also, one of our key strategies is that to build a little bit or improve a little bit the ecosystem. That's why we have business hubs in the country, nice rooms with power stability, internet, with advisors in place to help people. We have production centers as well with machines and tools to a little bit improve the work conditions for the private sector in Sudan. I guess what else? We also, Basil, and thank you actually to Conflict Sensitivity Facility and other also advisors who know doing business in complex settings, who helped us and guide us from the very early planning exercise. We came to Basil 2 years ago. We presented our plans, and they challenged us, and they told us, you're working in the private sector. If you are not aware enough, if you're not careful enough about the conflict sensitivity lenses, you might contribute to potential conflict, who knows. So that was also one of our strategies, being very careful wearing the lenses when supporting entrepreneurs in Sudan. Of course, we have a hybrid service delivery. We provide in-person support, but also online and via phone kind of delivery services. And most important thing, and if you know people that we support them, they will tell you this very clear. We have very long and close mentorship services to entrepreneurs. We're not, when we work with entrepreneurs, we're not there for the training only or for a few months relationship. We stay for them for a long time, and that's why they trust us very much. And that's why we make to do businesses even beyond the programs or the services that they tapped in. I guess that's in a nutshell what we're doing and why.
Well, thank you, Khansa. I'm always happy to talk about conflict sensitivity, but thank you for flagging that. I think there's a lot that the humanitarian sector in particular can learn from how the SMEs have adapted in terms of the context. So you talked about decentralization, you've spoken about adaptation, but also this point about not being donor-driven. So that's kind of around the agency, around inclusion, about being framed as productivity. And I think there's a lot there that aid actors can learn from that. And thank you. Maybe, okay, yeah, maybe I'm just similar to this. We've spoken a lot about resilience over the last couple of days. And you know, Muslim, we're going to talk about grassroots in a second. I'm keen to hear from you, Khansa, what you feel, you know, youth and tech-driven kind of entrepreneurship can contribute to that resilience, and again, what the roadmap is for that.
Maybe I should start with a very inspiring story of one of displaced entrepreneurs from Khartoum who established a health tech business built on AI, you know, telemedicine technologies, who's now supporting health facilities in Al-Fashir, helping them to reach or to access, you know, professors or knowledge that is not available for them anymore because of the conflict. So this was not possible only because of those young people who are, you know, tech savvy, and they have this entrepreneurial mindset, and they still want to commit to, they still committed to support Sudan and Sudanese and in a private sector manner. So of course there is funds and there is profits and there's, you know, commercial indicators, not only charity support. But all of you know, of course, entrepreneurs generate jobs. Entrepreneurs flexible, adapting to the challenges, not like the big corporates, because they have, you know, huge infrastructures and losses. We've heard from Ammar and Mohammed, the losses that they encountered. But the young entrepreneurs, that's the beauty of being, you know, SMEs and having, you know, smart business models, that they could adapt quickly, they could find solutions too quickly, they don't rely on assets heavily. And of course, you know, because they are exposed to the international, you know, community, they know about those kind of new finance, donor finance, and so on. That's why they also are able to know, you know, to survive. Finally, and because the youth were also very engaging through since 2019, hoping to have a, you know, a better, right, political scene in the country. So they still have this social driven social drive. So it's not at all only about, you know, running and having profits. It's always about also contributing to the social challenges in the country. None of our entrepreneurs is, you know, we have a very big M&E team. And it's not for the donors or the partners or our investors, because we also have private investors in what we're doing. It's also because to motivate those entrepreneurs, because when they see the impact, the social impact of what they're doing, they keep, you know, doing what they're doing in these hard, difficult challenges. I hope I answered your question.
That was great. I think what was interesting when you're talking then as well, you know, in aid spaces, there's been this big push to work with local responders, and we're talking often around local accountability structures, the ones who remained are members of their communities, the ones who are, you know, holding some of these structures and systems to account them together. And I find it interesting that you're providing the private sector lens or the private sector side of that, which, well, maybe there aren't as clear linkages when we reach our level in terms of the policy level, the research level within the aid sector. Maybe just one last question. You have spoken about the ecosystems, and I'm keen to hear from you kind of, you know, what are the enablers to kind of, you know, facilitate an improvement in that ecosystem? And I'd like you to particularly kind of focus on what we've been speaking around the last 2 days, where there's been such a seismic shift within the aid sector. The next decade is going to bring priorities stemming from donors, from IFIs and others, to more market-based solutions, working closer with the private sector, a shift in aid dynamics. So from an SME perspective, what does that ecosystem mean, and what would you like to see from them?
This is very sophisticated question. Yeah. So there's a famous story from South Sudan where there was a project, development project by one of the donors, and they chose dairy as their main focus, you know, market. So they want to promote entrepreneurship through supporting dairy businesses, and they missed that cattle and cows is not inclusive in South Sudan. So there are tribes that own most of the resources, right? So they were actually empowering certain groups and neglecting other groups. A few years later, a study showed that they really empowered, they were not inclusive. That's the short answer. So in a country like Sudan, not being inclusive, you are definitely supporting the fragility of the country. And it's been fragile for a long time, and we don't want to continue, generating more, issues at more than what's happening right now. So I'm happy hearing from Mercy Corps, for example, for KMW, from UN agencies, all those people, UNDP, for example, that they see the importance of the private sector, but I know they know that the importance of being very careful when it comes to inclusion. I know it's a private sector. There is no certain guaranteed seats for people because they are from that vulnerable group, because it's market. So you cannot enable someone and bring him to the market if they are not ready. But there are ways to include people from the vulnerable groups. There are ways to build their capacity before they enroll them in entrepreneurship programs, right? There are ways to increase their competitiveness when they go to the market. They are strong enough to compete against their opportunities in the market. How this could be reflected in the ecosystem right now in Sudan? I guess this was one of the key factors that helped us, navigating the situation in Sudan during the last 2 years. We're very connected to the whole ecosystem. We are connected to, of course, donors and partners, but also private investors. the people think that most of our resources are from the public funds. That's not true. Actually, we managed to mobilize some private funds. We managed to develop, as I said, flexible finance solutions. And that's need to be developed and improved and scaled in the ecosystem to support as many SMEs as possible. Human capacity, people, please. This is a big challenge for us and for the entrepreneurs in Sudan. And Mohammed Hamza could agree on this. We really need to build the capacity of the people in Sudan when it comes to entrepreneurship. It's about competence. It's not about the knowledge only. You cannot offer, courses, short courses and say, okay, we build the capacity of the entrepreneurs. No, it's competences, their attitude, their behavior. It's about their skills, about their decision of doing business in Sudan. So training center, please work with the local training center in Sudan. Please support them. Please help them to upgrade their skills. Government agencies, I know this is a very sensitive topic, but the technical level in the government, the municipality, the technical people in the government, they have big role and they could unlock lots of resources and they could facilitate lots of things, many things that for businesses and entrepreneurs in Sudan. Work with them. They also need capacity building. And because we work with them, because we were very keen to listen to their challenges, helping them. They helped us also in Sudan and help us easing some of the challenges that we've seen. Finally, mentorship and technical and advisory support. Please be here for the long run. Don't be for the short term.
Thank you, Hans. That's great. When Brian mentioned the status quo, it had me thinking, what was the alternative in the private sector? And I think you've just set out really quite well how they've adapted, and you haven't spoken about the policies or kind of the operating environment and so on and the difficult circumstances, but I think it just keeps taking back to kind of comparing the status quo point that Brian raised and what you brought up. Nuzha, maybe if I could come to you, as you framed very well yesterday in your session yesterday, and Hassan's mentioned now that there are coping strategies, there are adaptations, there is an ecosystem, an operating environment in terms of the SMEs. Is there a role for civic engagement and local governance in that?
Well, I think first, yes, we need to establish that we are seeing successes in terms of grassroots interventions in both the issue of local governance as well as the issue, I'm speaking slowly, you noticed. I got an advice earlier about speaking slowly, so sorry if I take too long. But yeah, we see that there are success stories in both service provision or governance, as well as in productive activities, so small scale manufacturing and other sorts of SMEs. And to see the role that is available for the grassroots interventions in creating a new developmental model, we need to understand that we're looking at them for lessons, first of all. We're not looking at them to improve them first. We're looking at them for lessons because this is a model that is clearly more successful than the classic model that we had. So first, let's look at what are the lessons and then improvement, because otherwise we get into a situation like what was discussed in an earlier panel, where we're just basically bringing to this new successful model the failures of the classic model and then losing everything that it brings. So within the aspect of grassroots interventions that is related to service provision, for example, there are lessons and roles that are it's in operations, for example, whether it is the public finance management models that they are utilizing, even if it's not named that, but you can see the characteristics of them and then understand how the priorities of public finance change when it has that level of responsiveness and direct link to the public. The same thing when we go to the successes that we're seeing in small scale manufacturing in comparison to larger scale, because we know the story of what happened to large scale manufacturing, right? So Khartoum was not just, I think one of the presentations earlier talked about how Khartoum had Khartoum and Jazeera had 30 or 40% of the population and so on, but Khartoum and Jazeera had 70% of large scale industrial assets. So it had all our industrial capacity, and that was clearly a mistake. And what happened to those large scale industrial assets and those companies is that they just escaped. that's the reality. They just left the country because that's how those entities work. The large scale entities work. They work through minimizing risk. That's minimizing risk and increasing profits is their main thing. So they escaped, or they relocated to the second most developed cities. So whether that be in Jazeera or Port Sudan, which basically leads to further cementing this centralization, but just creating a new center. That's all what happened. While what we saw from small scale manufacturing, even from some of the stories that you shared with us a little ago, is that they went intrinsically towards the decentralized model directly, and that shows us that the impact and the role of grassroots intervention is more in line with the democratic and decentralized developmental model. But it also tells us that it's not like we can actually build an economy on small scale manufacturing. That cannot happen, and that is not the aim. Neither can you provide an actual welfare state that provides for the public based on small scale manufacturing. That's not possible. We need to grow into larger scale. But what it tells us is that larger scale manufacturing and investments are ones that need to be guided by clear policies that lead them towards a decentralized model, whether that defining where they will relocate next, what kind of raw materials they are to use, the kind of labor, the level of capacity development they provide for those working with them, or even the kind of like backwards and forward linkages with other industries. And that's what we saw small scale manufacturing did, right? So even dairy products is also something that became very popular among the Sudanese public. A lot of people started working on it, as we said, because we had a monopoly, and this monopoly was in Khartoum, and it was no longer functioning once the war started, and then people started working on this. But at the same time, what we see that the medium and large scale manufacturers did is, instead of trying to fill those gaps, most of them in reality went towards imports. That's what they did. So what I'm saying here is that we clearly see how the success of small scale manufacturing and the success of local and grassroots interventions support a democratic developmental model. And that's why these are interventions that need to be supported in this way. While on the other side, the definition of success, the definition of increasing profit and minimizing risk that we have at larger scale is one that needs to be guided. Otherwise, it will take actions that are very destructive to the development of the country, such as just fleeing the country. Basically, you have 25% of the population losing their jobs. And these are the kind of actions you can expect from a profit-driven, large-scale manufacturer. Yeah.
Thank you, Mazen, for that overview. I think just continuing to talk then, once again, relating it back to the aid sector and the humanitarian sector, one of the biggest fears of local actors, there's been this big shift to work with them, is that once access is open, once the system is operating again, for lack of a better word, it's going to be back to business as usual. We need to go back to the traditional model. I just want to unpack what you were saying then. You have a room and a community of agencies and large agencies that are wedded and are committed to this model where it's often quite state-driven. We have our own ways of working and our own processes. And you've mentioned things that might, scare them a little bit. You've talked about decentralization, democratization, local governance and so on. And then, we have a system and a culture of we work with this apparatus. So many people might react to say, this is not our job, this is not our role. How do we do this? We can't work like this. We don't make policies. So what would you say to them?
What kind of actors are you talking about?
Anyone. So we've had donors in the room. We've spoken about multilaterals. We have research entities. We have international organizations, even national organizations.
Okay. Well, let me first comment on something you said regarding going back to business as usual, or whatever is the expected coming stability. We need to be very conscious about what are we expecting from this stability, what kind of stability it is. So first, I'm gonna look at it from the perspective, for example, of emergency rooms. There's a reason why there are no emergency rooms in Port Sudan. And it's not because there are no needs or there are no IDPs or no shelters in need, because Port Sudan is right now the center of power, right? So at the center of power, any kind of grassroots organizing is something that is going to be very is going to face a serious security grip. And actually, it's very difficult to work under the name emergency room in Port Sudan. And even those organizations and interventions that are working, doing the same job of emergency rooms are giving themselves different names in Port Sudan. That's the only way you can work. This is the kind of stability that we're coming to. It's a stability of a serious security grip. This impacts all kinds of work, whether it's service provision or productive and manufacturing and so on. Because also when we talk in our research regarding small scale manufacturing in Khartoum and other places, when we talk to people, an answer that was repeated when I ask people, is this especially those who just started working on small scale manufacturing after the war, that was not their sector. When I asked them, is this something you would have done prior to the war? Is this something you would do afterwards? And the answer always brings that word about how the bureaucracy of things prior to the war made this more difficult. And this bureaucracy of things is going to return. And it's not just a bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy, right? It's a rentier one. It's seeking money out of people by paying for this permit and that permit. And that's what people tell us they expect that is coming. So we need to be, stability sounds like such a nice word, and it is a nice word. But there are also serious losses that comes with it, and we need to be aware of it. So whether for social services, the only way to protect them in this kind of stability is that they need to have serious links to their community. So the community that has an interest in them protects them. The same thing for the manufacturing or productive activities. It has to be another kind of organizing, which is probably some sort of labor organizing that will protect them. And also, I know this is not a word that is usually used here, labor organizing, but I'm sorry, in reality, that's the only way people can protect themselves through labor organizing. The question of how can other actors be of service under this situation? And let me focus on research, because that's also what we do in Istinad. And I think as researchers, we need to be scientific and honest about our understanding of policy making, of the model of policy making, and deciding our interventions in it. So there is a classic definition of what a researcher brings into the policy making process, which is that we need to inform the policymakers to make the best policies. And honestly, this definition, it does not hold against the test of reality. In reality, and I don't think I will face a lot of pushback from that. In reality, policymakers do not decide or not decide something based on the availability of information or lack of it, but based on a balance of power. It's rare that the reason a policymaker did not go with this approach is because, they were not well informed. It's the balance of power. They are well informed. The only people we think in Istinad need to be better informed for alternative policies to be pushed forward are those who, the social and political groups that are most impacted by them. So basically the people who are impacted by that. So that's the way we do it in Istinad, is that we think of ourselves as a policy center for the people. We are more interested in informing the people so they can either implement whatever are those ideas and proposals that we bring, or they push for them if they require policies from the state. They push those policymakers and thereby create this balance of power that favors the alternative policy. And I will call upon all researchers to basically get real about things, because really policymakers are not missing information for us to put our energy in informing them. What's missing is a balance of power that favors alternative policies that are people-centered, democratic, that will achieve the well-being of the people. And the only way to do that is that by informing the people, providing your policies in a way that is accessible, in a language that is accessible, in context and as less jargon as possible, and in platforms that people can reach. And only then, and we have a lot of success stories, honestly, in Istinad, that we're pushing from the people led to having policymakers adopt alternative policies, even at the toughest political times. But because it is a political game, it's not just a knowledge thing. So yeah, we need to get real about that.
Great. And thank you, Mazen. Call to action to researchers as well. Maybe we can open up to the floor. If there's any questions? Maybe just one round of questions we'll do in terms of interest in time. We have Abdullah and Ustaz are here.
Thank you so much. My name is Abdullah Mahajoub from Qatar University. My questions go to Khansa. I have one question. I hope it's not hard question. It's okay. So I am asking about the process of selecting beneficiaries or the selection criteria, because I know Sudan is social complexity of social and political landscape. So sometimes there's intervention from, political affiliations. So how do you ensure that your selection is transparent, is free from any bias, like political affiliation or even ethnic background, for example? So because I have experience in the past, I know one project, there was some, selection bias, like maybe the governor or the village leader, Sheikh Al Gharia, sometimes select some people, those are not eligible for the project. How you are dealing with this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. And who come here?
Thank you once again for the presentation from CIP, International Potato Center. So mine is more of a comment because we were also involved in the SASAS project. And just from that, of course, it was difficult to implement, but it became clear, apparent that it's possible to able to reach to the farmers even in the time of crisis. So we're able to do potatoes and sweet potatoes. And I think the most important is addressing the food security. We all know that potato is short, maturity crop. And then sweet potato, the beta carotene, so vitamin A. And so I just wanted to say that it was possible to reach to the farmers, just to add on what Brian said. And there was also, we invested also on, through the private sector, invested on infrastructure. Of course, we may have lost them, but then we realized that it's possible through the private sector. Just to add on seed production, we were able to produce seed. And we even invested in the TC lab because we all know the bulkiness of the potato, so it's good to produce this locally. But I also want to add one thing that has not come out clearly in terms of the extension work. You talk about education and everything but extension really bridges between the research and the farmer. So it's very important to have extension. So what SIP was able to do is farmer to farmer training. So the farmer would pass the information to the other one. And so even as we think about the future, we have to look at extension in terms of reaching out to the farmers.
Thank you for those insights.
Sorry, Basil.
Yes, we'll come back to give a second just to question. We'll come back.
Thank you. My name is Habab Taifour. I'm with the World Bank. I have 3 quick questions. One is to Mohammed online, right, for a site, in the sense that it's good to hear their experience, but now essentially doing importation. Have they considered any sort of what is the value chain of doing local value chain or production, or sorry, procurement of local inputs and production? And what are the challenges of using some of the agricultural outputs that we're hearing now, rather than just importing and selling a Sudanese product? That's one question. Second question is to Khansa. As an entity who's also financing similar programs of the sort, I have a worry that we have good intentions, but we are, and this is a conversation we had on the sidelines with somebody else, is that we're, because of the requirements and so on, it is then forcing these programs to essentially self-select a very small subset of SMEs. So, right, and so unfortunately, then these same SMEs are knocking on different doors and getting money from different so what can be done? It's great to see that you're doing not just the incubation, but how do you do the early stage kind of seed production so that those who don't necessarily have the capacity can have some awareness and outreach? And what kind of things can we think about in the context of these SMEs that are not necessarily formalized, may not necessarily have the reporting or financial capacity to have asset registers, whatever the may be? What can be done to facilitate that they get access to financing and access to support through programs like yourselves? And then thirdly, sorry, to Muzan, right? I think, the idea of going back to business as usual, right? I think there is an opportunity now that we can try to cement some of these changes in terms of, so what kind of policy recommendations with regards to decentralization of services, decentralization of production, can we think about that if they're being supported, whether they're through donor program, through private sector, that we start embedding them so that they become the status quo, and hopefully that can then change the trajectory of how we move.
One, two questions and wrap up. We have Hala and someone.
Thank you, Basil, and thanks to the panelists. Very interesting points raised. I have two questions. So the first one is to Khansa. You spoke of SMEs' resilience and ability to adapt and being very flexible. Have you noticed any patterns when it comes to the sectors in which these SMEs operate in? So for instance, were ones operating in agriculture more resilient than those smaller manufacturers and so forth? So it would be nice to hear your observations on that. My second question is to Ammar and Mohammed Nasser. So I mean, you didn't get to finish your presentation, Ammar, but you were alluding to the massive losses in capital and in working capital, and destruction of assets and so forth. I think my question to both of you is, do you see any way where the reconstruction and revitalization of these productive assets can be done more efficiently? So basically, is there a way that you're thinking of by which we could revive Al-Mantiqa Al-Sana'iyya Bahri, for instance, or all these plants in a more efficient and productive way that contributes better to the economy? Thank you.
Okay. Final question.
Hi, I'm Arvind from UNDP Sudan. So a question to Khansa. I heard you talking about the economic ecosystem. We did speak about the mostly on SMEs, small scale, production and all that. But in the large ecosystem, we have a large production houses, right? Who have nobody actually, no financial access to bank or the loan or any sort of support or mentorship. And those we are talking about homestead businesses, they do provide their shares, largely contribute to the local economy, but they do not get any fair share either to expand their business, and they remain as it is. So where they do fit in this whole scheme of private sector framework, and how that 249 startup is also looking at them, because they are the most vulnerable and fragile population. Thank you.
Thank you. Some really good questions there. It's really really quick responses because we're a little behind time. But maybe Khansa, we could start with you. There's a few questions there around the ecosystem, frameworks, processes, patterns, and trends that you're seeing.
Okay, I'll start with the selection process, also how to empower those who are not eligible, right, with the standards of the finance, whether bank finance or investment or donors. First of all, the selection process at 249 is very long, and that's one of the challenges that maybe a group of SMEs are facing. And that's one of the things that kept those who are not eligible. They will not wait for a long time, for a process that need technical input and need technical engagement. And we're always, I'll start quickly. The process starts with application form, very simple. And the screeners, they don't see the names. They don't see the demographic information of the applicants. They see only the business aspect of the application. And we only select those who have potential from our market insights, from business perspective. And then we engage with them, with the decision makers mainly, in a very long process to develop the business model more and link it to the finance model. And this is a process that not convenient for those who used to get free money, right? Because it needs technical, very technical engagement. And that's how, we don't get applicants from sheikh or leaders or, traditional leaders just for favoring them because they are in power and so on. We've seen cases and people reached out to us and they tell us we do this and we are X and Y and Z. And we just try to help them and, convince them to go to the application process. So far, things are going very well. Later stage, we ask them to, actually we engage them with a committee, an independent committee that's not 249 startup, that's not, even the donor, an independent committee from experts from the field of the sector. Coming to your question, Habab, it's a very important question. And that was a clear, observant for us. Even before the war, there were groups are not competitive enough to compete against their rights in the program. And we cannot dedicate seats for those groups because, again, it's a market, it's a business. But what we did is we went a step back. We introduced program, very basic program about what is a business model. So just to speak the business language, the terms, to help them understand the application, understand the question. We even went a little bit, about life skills and how to, think critically and innovation and so on, just to help them and empower them with a bit of skills that they could reach some stage in the application process. So I would say our solution, and maybe it would work with others and maybe not, let's try to empower the people before we engage them in the application process. I know that, okay, the sectors, quickly, I know this, the sectors, of course, the market follow the purchase power. And the purchase power definitely is around food, agriculture, products, but also there are small manufacturing products, detergents, for example. Now the SMEs is actually controlling the market, and that's was a fascinating, indicator. There are needs from the consumer like education, but because there's no money there, it's not growing, but health is growing as well. So things like this maybe.
Thank you, Khansa. Ammar and Mohammed, there's a question here for both of you. If you see in a minute, can kind of, the question is, do you see any way where reconstruction can be done more efficiently? Maybe we'll start off with Mohammed, then we'll come to Ammar.
Thank you, Basil. I would like to have a little bit of reply for Khansa and the ladies with us here. Khansa, your inclusive approach, this is definitely a long-term solution, and it will take time, but with the youth will, I think, we will be there. Yeah. Regarding, I have just a quick point. Al Said Group has been in the industrial sector since 1945. It was not our wish to go out of Khartoum in the 15th of April 2023. Actually, all the people of Khartoum went out from it due to the war reasons. Why all of the industries are located on these two locations? The question should be why more than 50% of Sudan population are living in Khartoum and Al Jazeera. This data of 30 to 40% population, I don't think it's right. From our data from cereal consumptions, from our marketing studies, we came to a conclusion that Khartoum population is nearly 12 million and Jazeera is nearly 10 million. So we're speaking about setting an industrial setup. You're implementing a supply chain, and you are not competing with local. You are competing actually with neighboring countries. So the system should be profitable at the end of the day. You set up on your Excel sheet with the demand, the supply, the logistics cost. It will tell you where to locate your production facility. And this was the ideal location due to the concentration of the population and the services and kida. For example, these days we are running rehabilitation of the setups. We are not finding the skills, the spare parts, whatever. This is the challenges. Democratization it will help definitely. It will help. And policies on this will definitely do good. Sorry, there was a question from the room there regarding relocating to other cities. As I told you, we have been since 1945. Yes, we are changing from trade to now we are relocating in different sector, in the agri sector, but in Shendi, as you can see now, security factor is becoming more a priority. And from the room, the other question you asked about, Sudan has the potential to be a net exporter of whatever. For example, Dr. Salah Bashir have done a study on the peanut oil. The productivity in Sudan is the productivity of peanuts in the farms in USA is 10-fold that's in Sudan. If you raise the productivity of peanuts, groundnuts by 2-fold in Sudan, he has a very nice study about Sudan becoming a big player on this and the added value issue. I hope I answered the question. If this is what
I think this population question is a dilemma. It's a chicken and egg. I'm sure many people say it's where the jobs and the services and so on are, right? So it is a dilemma. Maybe Ammar, over to you just in 1 minute. How do you see reconstruction can be done more efficiently was the question.
Okay, thank you, Basil. Just quick comment. Of course, this study is out of its scope is to defend one model of business against the other. It's just describing the status quo. So looking to the study in this angle, it might be a bit misleading. In response to the questions, if we go to the last 2 slides, you will find like 7 points which raised by the business owners, and also there is 4 recommendations on the last slide, which recommend some points regarding to the policy on the near future regarding the industrial sector, in the industrial sector. So these are my answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ammar. And Brian and Muzen, over to you two, the last words. There's a lady here, she shared her perspective in terms of, it is possible to operate in times of crisis, and she shared the experience of farmer-to-farmer trade. So the question to you two is specifically policy recommendations, cementing some of the changes that have been made and the kind of policy recommendations going forward. So maybe Brian, over to you, and then we'll come to Muzen.
Well, there's a lot that can be said and there's a lot that can be done. The question is having the resources, both the human and financial resources, to do it. So I think we need to start somewhere. A lot of progress is being made, but we need a sort of a committed effort from all sides, private sector, international partners, and whatever form of government exists. I would just like to throw one point out, and which is a little bit not quite related to the topics at hand, but given the nature of this group, I think we all need to start thinking about what kind of institutional structures could really exist in a post-peace environment. So I don't think we should wait to think about that till after there is a peace settlement. I think we really need to, given the destruction of institutions that we have seen in Khartoum and all, we need to really put our minds together to think about what a future would look like in an institutional structures for the future of the country. Let me stop there. Over.
Thank you, Brian. Muzen?
Sure, and maybe the specific question I want to send from you is the policy recommendations for maybe investment interventions that can support a decentralized developmental model, to be specific. I'm not going to list recommendations, specific policy recommendations, although if somebody wants to fund that research, I'll be happy to do it. But what I can give is some policy observations that can guide thinking in that way. That is something I said, but I want to emphasize again is that a clear observation is that small and micro scale enterprises, their interest, the interest of the enterprises themselves align to a far extent with the communal interest of providing continuous income, growing labor, responding to the market. Those are very different from the interests of large scale investments that are more clear, bottom line profit driven. I'm not saying again, and we're not saying that we will depend on small scale manufacturing, but what this tells us is that large scale manufacturing is the sector we need to pay more attention to in terms of controlling and governing. It had always been the other way around. For reasons we cannot go into right now, there was always the assumption that large scale investments are capable of managing themselves to a far extent, in a profitable way, while small scale manufacturing enterprises is where you might find corruption. How can we select them? How can we find I promise you it's the other way around. We need to keep more of an eye on large scale investments and how they define their priorities. While throughout the war, we've seen how small scale manufacturing have created jobs, have provided for the community in terms of goods that a gap was created. And in general, these kind of everything that was set up until now, whether it's dairy, other agro-food products, leather products, and so on, those are very low-tech sectors. There is no reason for a multi-million conglomerate to monopolize dairy. Like, go monopolize car manufacturing or something. Those are stuff that had always should have been supported in the small scale manufacturing sector. Those are observations, but yes, that is something that we need to learn more from before the chance is lost. Because once that stability comes in, we will probably lose any chance of benefiting from the lessons of the past couple of years.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mazen, and thank you to all our panelists for providing concrete examples of adaptation, working in times of crisis, in terms of innovation as well, and also some observations, recommendations, and ways forward for this theme of business as unusual. So thank you. And to that, I hand over to... Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Basil, and the panelists for this fantastic session as a closing of our program. I think we had a good run yesterday and today. We've discussed lots of evidence from so many different angles. And then today, with all the different implementing partners, the donors, civic actors, as well as entrepreneurship hubs and so forth, we've also got to think a lot about how we could keep working in this environment. So I'd like to thank you all for being here today. And with that, I would like to invite to the stage the director of the DSG unit at IFPRI, Stephen Wario-Mamo, for some closing remarks, and Khalid Siddiq, who's the country program leader for IFPRI Sudan as well.
Ladies, gentlemen, colleagues, and friends, as we bring day 2 of this important gathering to a close, I want to thank all of you once again for your continued engagement and for the thoughtful and strategic discussions today. If day 1 offered us a rich and sobering analytical foundation based on rigorous research and evidence, then today's sessions challenge us to move from analysis to action, from insight to priorities for implementation. Now, due to another engagement this morning, I missed the first session today on international and local programmatic responses from an implementation perspective, but I asked a few of you for your thoughts on what you took away from the session. And what the people I talked to told me is that we heard firsthand how the humanitarian landscape in Sudan is evolving, albeit with some elements that have changed largely because the conflict reached Khartoum. We heard how actors like FAO, UNICEF, WFP, Mercy Corps, and UNDP are adapting in real time to the destruction of infrastructure, the collapse of public services, widespread loss of employment, and the resulting towering but largely unmet humanitarian needs. We heard about growing operational constraints and small but important emergent opportunities linked in part to digital tools and platforms. We heard how, given the fluid and often volatile context, there is a constant need to adjust operating assumptions, delivery approaches, and partnerships with a focus on local responders, including the private sector. Implementation, it was stressed, is not just about reach, but also about flexibility, speed, and local relevance. In the session that followed, which I saw and participated in, the donor perspective, we heard candid reflections from the British Embassy, KfW and the World Bank, and the Cash Consortium of Sudan. We reminded that at this unprecedented moment in the development aid sector, different donors are facing different challenges. In the words of one of the panelists, the whole landscape has shifted. Prioritization is therefore critical, including geographically, as is staying engaged and being flexible, with multi-year funding as the ideal. We heard that sustaining support in a complex and protracted crisis like this demands constant innovation and high risk tolerance under severe constraints. We heard that there is a pressing need for financing models and delivery modalities that are adapted to the context and designed to enable the work of local actors, not bypass them, including the private sector, Sudanese academia, and other technical experts. We heard that noting the extraordinary resilience of the Sudanese people, we need to be much better at linking humanitarian support to long-term resilience through enhanced and expanded livelihood opportunities, possibly built on cash-based transfers and interventions. Finally, in the session on Sudan-led and regional solutions, we turned our focus to local markets, local capacities, and local knowledge. We saw data that powerfully captured the agro-industrial destruction and deterioration in Greater Khartoum, with devastating inventory, equipment, and financial losses, resulting in equally devastating implications for the availability and cost of basic food items. From a diverse panel with private sector research and social enterprise representation, we heard about the need to rethink how recovery happens. We heard about the challenges linked to planning under extreme uncertainty and surging operating costs linked to supply chain disruptions, energy shortfalls, and exchange rate fluctuations. We heard about the determination to stay, to continue, to survive, and about the efforts to protect staff, prioritizing their security. In some cases, there was a movement of production out of Khartoum to safer locations, but this was not an option for everyone. We heard that even under the crisis, even as incentives deteriorated, even as services collapsed, local systems continue to function and adapt under adversity in the hope of a return to normalcy. We heard of experiences from other conflicts in the region that point to the need for earliest possible interventions to jumpstart agricultural recovery in particular, with a focus on incentivizing investment by agribusiness in the pockets of stability that always exist. The implication is clear. Local enterprise and local innovation must be and will be at the heart of any sustainable recovery strategy in Sudan, taking care not to inadvertently activate or accentuate conflict risks, market concentration, and imperfect competition. Research to uncover the challenges and opportunities facing local actors could not be more urgent. If yesterday reminded us that recovery is not a return to the past, and we heard that again today, today showed us that recovery cannot be externally engineered. It must be built with Sudanese institutions, informed by Sudanese realities, and driven by Sudanese agency. International support is vital, but it must support a path that is Sudan defined, a path that we hope is informed as much as possible by rigorous, politically aware, research-based evidence. Let me end here with gratitude for the depth of discussion we have shared, for the honesty in today's conversations, and for the quiet but unmistakable resolve that has come through in the research shared and in the ensuing responses and discussions over these 2 days. On behalf of IFPRI, thank you most deeply for your presence, for your partnership, and for your perseverance. We couldn't be more grateful.
Thank you very much, Wera. I think that the sophisticated conclusion was from Wera. Mine is going to be more of a logistical one. So I would like to start by just spreading some votes of appreciation to all those of you who contributed to this event and to the work that has been behind it. Maybe you would be interested in knowing some numbers on how many people were attending in the room. Yesterday, we have got 95 participants in the room. These numbers means a lot to us. People responding to the call for this dialogue about Sudan at these times. We're very proud of having this many number here and with the quality we have seen during these 2 days. And today we have got 82 of you in the room. And I'm really, while Wera was concluding, I was looking at the people in the room, and this is the end of a second day of intensive discussion. Even if you are not talking, the degree of concentration is really devastating. Maybe many of you felt that at the end of the day yesterday. So I'm very, very grateful that all of you now, over 60 individuals are sitting in this room at the end of the second day of the conference. So thank you all very much. I would like to send some specific messages of appreciation, of course, and I cannot avoid starting with the IFPRI Sudan team. Very small but vibrant and active team. And I think it makes sense if you guys raise your hands or whatever, introduce yourself to the people. Oliver, Hala, Tariq, Abdul Hafiz, and Halafom. Thank you very much for your commitment and productivity. I cannot avoid the contributions made by our leadership, including from Joe, who opened the event yesterday, where he had the unit director committing himself for 2 days and contributing to the discussion, asking questions. Paul Drosh, who has been with us from before the event, engaged very closely on preparing this, and the other IFPRI colleagues who helped us remotely, particularly the CPA, the Communication and Public Affairs Unit. Many of the things you see here were connected now online. Many printables, including these posters behind us, has been prepared by the team in Washington, and thank you very much to all of them. So when it comes to the event itself, we're very proud of having you all here. Quality, but also in quantity. I should start by thanking the speakers. Many of them, traveled long to come here. Suleiman Baldu, Lucas, and many others who came particularly for this event to present and share their research with us all. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the panelists. Many of them also traveled to this event, and the moderators who kept us engaged and made sure that the discussion is well directed towards its goals. Thank you all very much. I also want to thank our partners with whom we have been engaged through the time, the donors, and also other institutions that worked with us very closely. I would like to name some of them, like UNDP, who sent also their representative here, WFP, who has been committed to our joint work for a long time, CIMIT, I can see many of the team members still around here, including those engaged in SASAS. Thank you very much. And I also want to send some appreciation to our local host in Sudan, the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development. Thank you all very much. And also to ICARDA in Egypt, who's hosting some of our staff, at least Hala, who is sitting here through their hosting of our IFPRI Egypt office. Thank you very much. Last but not least, very, very important actors who has been behind our work, not very visible, but very important. Proud of our engagement with a couple of data collection firms. We have Jubal. If you join, maybe raise your hand or whatever. Thank you very much. ConsultSat, Hamad, thank you so much. I think we have also engaged with Viamu and DataQ. Would like to send our appreciation to them remotely. And we are currently also in an engagement with PACT. I think there are also a couple of them here. So we hope this would also be a fruitful engagement. I don't want to continue very long. Many of you has been contributing to our work. If I miss anyone, my apologies. That was not intentional. And thank you all very much once again. And I hope that we will be again meeting and hopefully in situations better than the one we are now in. Thank you very much and have a good rest of the day.
We have some coffee outside here in the lobby. We can enjoy the cup of coffee and continue networking.